should hopefully be back. Let me know if you do hear me. Right, okay, apparently you can hear me. I'm really sorry, I have no idea what was going on. Because OBS, everything was picking up my voice. I don't know if you heard anything. So I guess we'll just, we'll go back to the start. Anyway, so, welcome to... Oh god, my stream's open somewhere, so it might loop. But welcome to day 2 of ModCon. Finally... we'll go through all the mods again now. I did do it all once, but I don't think you heard me. But the first thing we need to talk about, anyway, is the Able Gamers charity. And if you don't know, it is a non-profit organization with a mission to improve the overall quality of life for those with disabilities. So they helped make like the Xbox adaptive controller and stuff like that. And they've worked with big companies like Humble Bundle, Microsoft, Twitch, Ubisoft, Logitech. So that's what all this is about. Yesterday we raised $1,500, and I know Harm donated €50, and so did Amanez, also recently donated €50 as well. So, thank you to both of them. I don't have the stream open, so I can't actually see the amount a minute, but we'll get onto that in just a second. But let's get on to all the mods. So you can see like the general overview of today. Of course, we are a little bit behind now, but we'll catch up. That's okay. Today, let me get this up and go through this again quickly. So we have Age of the Fifth Sun, and we do have one of the developers coming on to talk to us for 5 as well. So we're going to learn more about all of that. After that, we have the Golden Eagle for Victoria 3. And then we have a modder dev discussion panel. So we have 2 modders and 2 devs. 1 dev from Victoria 3 and 1 from Crusader Kings 3. A lot of it is talking about the jump from going from like a modder to a developer. So that will be pretty cool. And Anonymous just donated $20 as well. So thank you. Oh, and Skulljar donated 10 as well. So yeah, thank you all. But we have Rice, 2 things off Rice, and Viet, of course, all made by Cybrix Khan. All absolutely fantastic mods. And then after that, we do have the Mod Jam, which the Mod Jam is basically a bunch of modders come up with a topic, and they have the whole weekend while ModCon's on to make the mod. And then I believe tomorrow on Ottawa Welshman's stream, they will be showing that off. But we will have a sneak peek of that. But also then, after all of that, we have Rajas of Asia showing off their new update. We have community mods for historicity. Sons of Lightening, an alt history overhaul. Divided We Fall for Victoria 3. And historical events expanded. And then we have God Heria, The Dying World, showing off some of their future updates. And then finally today, we have a nice video from After the End. And I should mention, we do have a couple of the God Heria developers coming on to talk as well. So, we have loads of stuff to get through. We are a little bit late now. But, before we go any further and, actually jump into the mods, we got to talk about the blind modding poll. So, let me get that up on screen. Hopefully not break OBS. Hopefully you can see that. A couple of mods should hopefully be posting the link to that in the chat now. So yesterday, we asked for a bunch of ideas, and these are a couple that were chosen now for you guys to vote on. And the way this works is, I believe there's 5 modders, and they have 2 hours each to do parts of the mod, but they can't talk to each other, or nothing like that. They can't reuse the other one's work. So literally, 5 modders, 2 hours each, and they only find out the topic just before they start. And then I think tomorrow on Zeely's stream, we will be showing off what they come up with. So, link to that should hopefully be getting posted. Soccer tournament, zombie outbreaks, bear folks, societies, robots, alien invasions, interrogations, a modern town that was thrown back in time to 1066, dwarf invasion, and xenomorphs. So these are the topics that you can go and vote on. But also, one last thing. We do have a giveaway for some Crusader Kings 3 keys that were given to us from Paradox. So we'll get onto that a bit later on anyway. Don't worry about that just yet. But let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, one thing I should also mention before we jump into Age of the Fifth Sun is last year we raised $6,200 for Save the Kids, and this year Paradox are actually matching what we raised last year and donating it this year. So it does show we have $1,600, but Paradox are, I think, is $6,200. Hopefully I'm not wrong with that. But I mean, actually, we were meant to start the first mod at Harpast. We've gone through the charity and everything, so let's not waste any time. And let's jump into Age of the Fifth Sun, a total conversion mod set in 1204 during the fall of the Toltec realm in pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. And the modder will be coming on for a chat just after it plays.
Hello and welcome to the Age of the Fifth Sun. This is a mod for Crusader Kings 3 that forsakes the iron and horses of medieval Eurasia and instead sets the game in the brilliantly bright and vibrant landscape of the pre-Columbian Americas. Experience the unique peoples, religions, fashion, and architecture of a Mesoamerica as of yet untouched by the ravages of the Columbian Exchange. Immerse yourself in this vibrant region as you participate in a world on the brink of transition. Play as Hunak Keel, the king of a resurgent Maya realm in the Yucatan. Stand in the footsteps of one of the greatest figures of the post-classic period. A disgraced rebel left to die in the sacred pit of Chichen Itza, Hunak Keel was visited by a vision of the rain god Chak. His spirit restored with a divine mandate, Hunak Keel would rise to overthrow the ancient Khanic dynasty and, with the assistance of the noble house of Kokom and foreign mercenaries, become the new hegemon of the Yucatan. Will you complete Hunak Keel's divine charge and bring heavenly renewal to the Maya, or will Hunak Keel be remembered as just another warlord who could not undo the Maya decline? Experience the chaos of the Anahuac. Long dominated by the godlike Toltecs, foreign migration and internal unrest has bathed the Anahuac Valley in blood. Weymouth of Tolan would be remembered in history as the last Toltec, consigned to exile and disgrace by Chichimeca invaders like the Otomi warlord Nopali. Is there still time to reverse the death of this ancient dynasty and reassert Toltec authority over the Anahuac, or will Weymouth serve as a mere witness to the decomposition of his people? And, for the first time ever, play outside of Mexico in Age of the Fifth Sun's upcoming Central America expansion. Explore the new map expansion as Comizohuato, the mythical warrior queen of the Lenca people. She is a towering figure of this region, fabled in the following centuries as a sorceress and warrior of legendary skill. Will you expand the legend of Comizohuato, the Flying Jaguar, and make her name truly immortal, or will her name fade into obscurity, like so many others?
Hi everyone, I'm Julie, lead developer of Age of the Fifth Sun. I would like to thank you for watching our trailer. Our goal with this project is to shed some light into a forgotten but rich and vibrant history of the pre-Columbian Americas. If you're interested in collaborating with us, don't be afraid to contact us on our Discord server. Thank you.
There we go. So that was Age of the Fifth Sun. What did you think about that? Yeah, people look very excited. It does look amazing. I mean, it is already out on the Steam Workshop. So, you know, if you do want to go play yourself, it's there. In a sec now, hopefully, we will have the developer come on to talk to us. Mainly about the lore and, like, the background, why they chose that area, that sort of thing. Because yeah, it looks amazing, but you know, I can't say I'm an expert on the history of that area. So I'm gonna be calling him now. Hopefully you can hear him. Let me know. Hello. Yeah, I can hear you. Just want to make sure everyone can hear you. They should do, but with the audio issues already, I'd make sure because there's a bit of a delay, but I'd make sure they can actually hear you. Hopefully. What I'll do is I'll just put your trailer back on and I'll just loop it a sec. Yeah, they can wait. Okay, some people are saying they can, some people are saying they can. No, most people are saying they can't. Right, what is going on? I don't know what is going on with YouTube because it says you should be audible. Like, let me just double check. Well, that's going out. Maybe I heard him for a second. Apparently, right. Let me just turn you all the way up. Maybe. Right, they can't hear you. I don't know. Right, geez, sorry about this. I don't know what is going on. Let me double check. Because if I look at OBS, it says we should both be bloody here. Like, we should both be able to be heard. Let me, if I do that. Yeah, maybe. Let me change this. Let me see. He's speaking. His voice is last case open. Desktop audio sharing. Can you hear? Someone said that some people are saying they heard you really quiet. I mean, I've turned you all the way up, so I don't know. Maybe I can try it. Some things I can hear you fine. Wait, speak again now. What's this disc? Very quiet. How are you? You are literally so loud to me. I've turned you up to like 1,000,000. Wait, how? I don't get how you're quiet. Right, let me. In fact, that's on system. Oh my god, 10% left. He's very quiet. Okay, so can you make it higher? I mean, everything's on 100%. I don't know what is going on with audio. Usually when I stream, it's fine. It's not the day today. You want OBS, right? An audio filter gain. You want, yeah, desktop audio. I can just actually, yeah, you know. Wait, speak now. I want to see where you're coming through. Why are you not showing up? Oh my god. Wait, try again. Right, and then I got you now. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn your audio all the way up. I'm just going to blast you like 500%. Right. Right, hopefully, right, time the delay's gone. Should be able to hear you now. I'll see what they say. I don't know what, usually a stream, there's no problems, but of course today, OBS will be defeated. Yes, I know. It would be today, wouldn't it? Bloody hell. Right, I'll see what they say now. Hopefully. Still quiet, right? I don't know why. So on OBS, it literally says you're coming through, like, and this is what it's doing to me. It has something to do with the stream. I don't know what is going on with this shit. You're hearing him through your mic. Oh, is it? Yeah, because I got you blasting. So maybe I don't know what's going on because it should be. Yeah, maybe you're picking up from headphones because you're very loud in my ears. But like OBS says you should be heard. I don't know if something to do with the stream. I got one idea. Give me literally 2 seconds. I'm just gonna cut off the stream for like 2 seconds because we've got to do the interview later with God Heria as well. And I'm just gonna restart the stream with different settings, and it should hopefully fix it. 2 seconds. I'm gonna reconnect now, and hopefully we'll come out with a void and they can hear you. Hopefully, should be loading. Right, let me know if you can hear him now. Ooh, right, what if I change this? Right, this is the last thing I can think of. Right, try speak now. If that don't work, I have no idea. Let's see if there's anything. But that was because I like turned you down because I realized they were hearing you from my mic probably. I don't know what's going on though because it should be going through. OBS says they can hear you and me. No, yeah, I can hear you fine, and it's coming up on OBS that you're speaking. Seems to be something to do with more than one audio source. Just breaks the stream. So when I had music playing, it like broke. Put your earphones on the mic. Yeah, you know what? Right, do that. Let's see if they can hear you. I don't know how that works. I don't know. For a sec. Right, I don't know what is going on. Why that is working. Now my Windows sound is literally 98. I put it to 100, but no, I don't have any noise suppression or anything. What if I play? The music. I don't know. God, this is not the best day, is it? Video. Maybe. I just changed the last thing I can think of. Hopefully you come through now. If not, I have no idea. But I'm going to have to try and get it fixed today because we've got God Heria on. But I want to try and see if we can get all the... Oh, you know what? Well, see what... Wait, why... Right, just bear with me 2 seconds there, but I will try and get this fixed. Right, try now. I'll see. See what they say. Still nothing seems. There's nothing. If you want, I'll just play the next few videos and I'll try and work out in the background. And then if it works, I'll give you a message. Sorry about that. I don't know what is going on. Sorry. All right, I'll let you know. I'll see if I can get it fixed. All right, well, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Bye. Right, guys, I have no idea what is going on with audio. It's the same thing earlier. When I played music, the whole stream broke. I have no idea what is going on, but we've got to get it fixed. We have God Heria on for an interview later as well. So I literally have no idea what is going on. I've never had this issue before. Did test streams and everything yesterday. Worked perfectly. But for some reason today, nothing is coming through. We will try and get him back on. Hopefully it can get fixed later. I heard a sigh. I think that might be coming through my headphones because I had his audio on like 1,000,000. And it was like actually so loud in my ears. But yeah, that was the developer of Age of the Fifth Sun, which everyone was excited about because it looked amazing, of course. Yeah, and after the end, everything was up. Even OBS, it was showing it was like being sent out, like it was coming up. So I have no idea what is going on. But we will now play the Golden Eagle because we are very far behind. So we got a lot of catching up to do. So really sorry about that, but we'll try and get him back on later. But the Golden Eagle is a mod for Victoria 3. And it's an Aztec-centric mod set in 1428. Which, I'm going to be honest, I haven't played loads of Victoria 3, so I didn't even know there was like these crazy sort of mods like this. But without any more waiting, because we're very far behind, let's get on with the Golden Eagle.
As tomorrow is racing towards us,
What world will you build?
There we go. So that was the Golden Eagle. What did you think about that? I mean, it's been a while since I've played Victoria 3, but if they're starting to get mods like that, maybe I will have to jump over back onto Victoria 3 and play some of it. It has been a little while for me anyway. But they did want us to show off this roadmap. So I'll leave it on screen for a bit. You've got update 0.2, 0.3, and then some of their future plans. So yeah, I believe we have one more Victoria 3 mod today, I think. And then I know Zeely tomorrow, he has quite a few Victoria 3 mods to show off. But there we go if you're interested. The Discord has also been posted in the chat as well. Rational Less donated. Thank you very much to the Able Gamers Foundation. And we are flying towards our goal of $2,000, now at $1,663. So thank you everybody who's already donated. Yeah. The next thing we do, as you can see, get on with, and I think we're actually bang on time somehow. No idea how that worked out, considering all the issues we've had. But the next thing is the modder dev discussion. Now for this, we have Stick, who mods Crusader Kings 3. Of course, he makes the mostly mechanical mods. So that's Submission to Authority, Prisoners of War. And you may have seen yesterday that Stick himself started singing. So that was something to see. We also have Lord R, who has a mod to be shown off tomorrow. I think it's on Zeely's part. And then we have Ophel Oath, who is a Victoria 3 dev and a former modder, and he worked on the initial version of After the End, which, of course, is the last mod we get to show off today. And finally, we have Black Ninja, who is a Crusader Kings 3 dev, and of course, also a former modder. And they talk about the struggles going from a modder to a developer, and all sort of stuff like that. And Buck just donated £50. Thank you very much. We are honestly flying towards our goal. But, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I thought he was a singer as well, with that voice anyway. If you haven't seen it, it's on Hey Kara's channel, yesterday's ModCon. It was some amazing singing, to be completely fair. But, we got to stay on time. So, without wasting any more time, let's jump into the modder dev discussion.
Thanks to the three of you for being here. So welcome for the viewers to the Modders and Dev discussion panel, where we'll be discussing our shared passion and how what we do is both different and very similar on a bunch of aspects. Maybe we'll go for presentations first.
My name's Matthew. Currently I'm a senior programmer at Paradox on Crusader Kings 3.
My name is Michael. I am a narrative designer on Victoria 3.
I am Lord R. I am a modder for the Morgenrute mod for Victoria 3.
And I am Stick, Crusader Kings 3 modder on mostly mechanical mods. So great to all have you here. I thought we could kick off by talking about onboarding. Our onboarding process as modders is just get on Discord, ask questions, try stuff, break stuff, and try to figure things out as best as we can. And we're using the same language. We're going by the same, well, we're going by the documentation you provide us. What else do you have besides just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks for new content designers and such?
I think we're both going to answer the same way, in that what you're describing sounds fairly close to a bit of what we do still.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with our like scripting language is that it's not really a language, right? So the documentation that exists is the stuff that kind of gets generated and output. We have some extra, stylistic things of how we like say to structure stuff, but there's no like secret fancy special thing for us to work on it that's a huge amount different from what modders get to use with the language, because yeah, it's mostly just plain text English with a lot of curly brackets to add some spice.
And did you were both modders before you were hired by PDX, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think in terms of like onboarding, I think the biggest difference is that there's someone dedicated to guiding you through that, through your like initial 6-month period on the team. You have like a probation period on most companies in Sweden. Yeah. So during that time, we have a mentor, and they will like go over these best practices, way to do things, other tools that we have just surrounding game development in general. Maybe it's someone's first time using Git for version control, or maybe someone's, first time running with branching for a lot of different parallel development tracks. And, we kind of, and where the coffee machine is. But we have someone who onboards you with those for the first kind of 6 months. Whereas with modding, it's kind of like a find your own feet and make your stuff, and hopefully there's somebody that will answer your questions. It shows that how long ago I was modding, that I was using Skype for my communication with other modders. So Discord, that's very new fancy to me.
The hip young kids are doing, but you touch a good point right there. That I think a lot of the onboarding is more about the process and the workflow than it is about the actual script itself. It's much more about like, no, this is how we make a merge request. Do not commit directly to the main branch of whatever project you're on. Do not do these things. Please make sure that when you commit, you say what you are actually committing. Never just slam the keyboard as your commit message. And these sorts of general practices.
The other aspect that is focused on it a lot, compared to, at least that I found compared to like my days modding, was there's a lot more focus on like a team and like a coherent like design vision and what type of things we do, more than just when I was modding, which was as long as like me and the other person working on it thought it was good, we kind of just whacked it in there and moved on with our lives. Whereas here it's very much like, it's, can you collaborate? Can you work in a team? Can you, have differences of design opinions without calling the other guy a dick, which, to some different degrees of success I had at least, but whereas with, as you said, with modding, it's like teams can be such varying size. You can be like 2 people, or it can be some of the super large teams now where I see people actually like planning stuff out.
Laura, do you work on your own, or do you have?
I work with one other person mostly. So it's basically we talk to each other, think about what we want to implement, and then just do it.
Yeah. I mean, in a non-reductive way, there's only a few more steps in between like designing and implementing actual features here, to be fair. Like, it's a lot of collaboration between designers of, what type of thing do we think we want for the game, and we have like a vision from the game director. But then it's kind of just, you sit down and do the thing. There is other people working around you, be it programmers like me or artists and stuff. And then I think one of the other big differences afterwards is a lot of QA testing on things before it kind of can get into like a final build. But otherwise, like the actual implementing stuff, it's kind of get design, talk about design, decide what to do the thing. There's not 100 more steps in between, to be honest.
The structure is a bit more top down. Like we do talk about what things we want in this sprint for this DLC and such, but it is ultimately the producers and higher up that go, well, make sure that this next month you are focusing on this feature. This month you need to take care of these tasks. This is dependent on that, so you need to prioritize this. It's not as collaboration isn't the right word, but like,
definitely. It like the freeform comes up within like concepting more when you're nailing things down, and then like how you implement things is kind of on you. But there is like always there's a lot more goal orientated releases. We're working on the next update, which will be focused on, say, for CK3 it was Legends of the Dead, right? Okay, well, it needs to have Legends, Epidemics. If you want to do some other stuff, you gotta, if you have extra time, cool, or if you have like a personal PDT day, go for it. But when I was modding, I would just put whatever the hell I wanted in the next update and just move on with my life.
The main difference we have, Lord R and I and other modders with you guys, is that we're not working on a budget, which means 2 things. We don't have constraints, well, except for our own time, I guess, and we don't have to sell anything. So if I want to make something that I like and that maybe 10, 20, maybe 500 people will like and play, that's fine. But if you make a DLC that doesn't meet its audience, well, then there are issues.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And that's kind of where it comes in, like the direction of the overall like patches and DLCs is set by like game director, production, and business developers. But it's kind of then the designs within that you get to like collaborate in the kind of concepting phase with your game director to kind of get that. But less just working on anything you want. We have one day each month where you do get to do that, but you still need approval from your game director and producer to actually get it into the final product, which is very fun. But also sometimes I just wish they would stamp yes on everything I want to do.
It's not that hard to get that approval, to be fair. Like, I don't know, on my end, I tend to do, we call them personal development time, PDT. And for PDT, I tend to just fuss around with little bits of database stuff, names, extra little bits of clothing or recoloring and that sort of thing. And frankly, sometimes it's not that difficult to slip that into other tasks as well. But
yeah, it depends a bit. Like, I think some of the PDT things that I've worked on have been stuff either with the game director, so you kind of get the free approval as well, or larger things where they're like, okay, wait until after this milestone, then we can merge it in. But please don't break the balance of all men at arms in this random Friday. Thanks.
Magnitude definitely matters, because like I'm doing small fussy things. Your PDTs always tend to be these like huge monumental, like, oh my god, this is fucking amazing shit.
Power of code, baby. But it's also like you also spread them out over multiple days, but then that means you then forget the next month what you were doing the one before. So generally try and keep things to a day. That's I do miss that aspect of modding, of getting to just do whatever I wanted. But alas, I am not a dictator here yet.
You mentioned briefly QA as part of the process, the last step of the process. Lorda, I'm wondering, what's your QA process if you have one? Because I don't.
Well, usually we try to at least let an observer game run, and then we look into the error log to see if there are any errors. And if we have time to play the game, actually, which is kind of rare, we actually play it. And sometimes we try to do a beta, like for the last update, we had to change, we had to add quite a lot of stuff, like new character types, and so we wanted to let the people test it that actually play the mod and see if they find any errors. And so we were able to find some quite big ones and fix them.
I keep meaning to have some kind of process to get my mods in better shape before release, but in the end, I always end up with just put it on the workshop, and if something breaks, players will tell me about it. I'll know eventually, which isn't something you guys can do at PDX. But so from that point of view, it's much better to be a modder.
Yeah, I mean the testing is like there's a lot of different forms of testing that we have going on. We have internal QA, we have external QA as well that we hire, and we have like our own like beta tester program as well. There's also, you're expected to test the feature that you make to some reasonable degree to make sure it works before you actually put it up for a merge review. But yeah, there's various different types of testing that our QA do. We have like feature testing, where they're actually testing the features as we make them. Scenario testing, where it's like common gameplay scenarios of going through and like, okay, play Matilda of Tuscany for like 100 years and see how it goes. Playing with the new features preferably as well. And then before every release, we have a variety of smoke tests to kind of, which is the where there's smoke, there's fire. So make sure that launching the game with all DLC turned on works. Make sure that launching the game with all DLC turned off also works. Combinations in between, you hit or miss. Making sure you can do an MP game with different platforms. And then finally, also the Microsoft certification as well, because we are on Game Pass on CK3. We have to submit all releases to Microsoft to do a certification before, and we can't skip that really. And you also can't release on Steam before you release on Microsoft or vice versa. So there's a lot of extra testing that goes into that. It's because you have to book a slot as well with Microsoft themselves. So a lot of QA goes into testing the things we get and trying to find the different edge cases. And obviously, I'm not going to lie and say that they cover everything, that we've, bugs exist, but usually not in the common cases, and that's where we also try and fix a lot of like crashes, especially reproducible ones. And then finally, the last line of defense, the forums.
There's also overnights as well.
Yes.
Just the classic of run the game in observer mode, fuck off and see what happens.
Yeah, we have a lot of overnight. Like we have an automated overnight system, so like we have various machines on like the cloud that will take builds of the game each night and play them on the nightly builds, and then report back to us what crashed, if anything. Did multiplayer out of sync for some reason? Is the performance suddenly abysmal? And also the error log to see what event spanned 100,000 errors, if any. Back when I started, we had to launch those up by hand. We had to do the mod away as well, many years ago. Just every evening before you would go home, everyone would launch it up and then come in the morning and see what had happened. So thankfully, we hired a test automation department very soon after I joined. So it's been a lot better the past 7 years.
Were they the ones that started up the EU4 testing as well? Because I remember when I started, I was working on EU4, and it was the most miraculous automated testing on EU4.
Yeah, it was wonderful. It was like a life-changing experience to have robots do things for me.
Now I can do overnight testing, but not too long ago, my PC was really close to where I was sleeping. So if I launched the game on speed 5 for the whole night, I was hearing the airplane. So now it's more comfortable.
Back in my modding days, I have 5,000 hours logged in CK2, and that's because I was just manually running overnights when I was modding way back in the day before I got hired on. So yeah, if you do overnights and you do all this testing, you actually look at how much time is involved in all of it. It's a monumental amount of resources.
You guys did way more testing for your mods than I clearly did. I never ran overnights when I was modding. Absolutely not. I just launched up, ran my event chain, and I was like, it seems fine.
I mean, testing, like we had bugs that lasted for years that we never actually fixed until like somebody just stared at the script hard enough that like they manifested the solution.
Some things are easy to test, like, okay, I have a button, it's supposed to do something. I click on it, does it work, does it not? Fine. But as soon as you're going into AI logic and things like that, you need to let the gameplay for a while. I think it's even more of an issue probably with VIC3 than it is with CK3, because it's much more, the systems are so intricate that knock-on effects must be insane.
Yeah, testing and doing QA work on Vicky3 is a challenge just because of the sheer complexity of the systems. Matt, you're looking very polite over there, and I appreciate that. It's, with every new feature, every new system, there are so many new elements of just AI scripting, for example, on the back end to see like, all right, can we make the weighting work on all this? And how does it work with every single other feature that we have in this thing? And again, sort of like testing with DLC on, testing with DLC off, it's really hard to test all the possible combinations. We try, but oh my God.
So that's something that actually happened to us once. We didn't test it without having spheres of influence active. And so it wasn't working. The mod wasn't working for some people.
Yeah, that's where kind of as you guys like the combination of systems that impact each other. That's kind of the problem. Like, and events. You know, the meme events for CK2 and 3 is always that somebody like accidentally forgets like an adult check on something, and like suddenly you have an event applying to a child, and it's like, yeah, like okay, well that means you have to, when you're testing those events, you got to test it so many different angles then to catch these edge cases. So there's always things that go through. I mean, from the code side, like the main bugs that we look at and fix is, like crashes and stuff like that. In like weirdly, most of the time our bug fixes are not very visible, because either it's something that crashes outright, in which case it usually doesn't really make it to release, not many reproducible crashes compared to how many we have to fix internally, or it's like some broken logic. It's very rarely like a big pop-up or something that's clearly fucked up. which is, so we try and have some fun when writing the patch notes. Sometimes the classic for AI how to do blah is always enjoyable, but the changelog that we have internally versus the one we release, we strip out all of the in development bugs only that the players never saw before we release them, because there's only so many times we can put fixed CTD before I'm sure people would get bored.
On the Vicky side, we have way more. What's the word? It gets way more fussy with the sorts of fixes you have to do, especially on the design side. Because with CK, you have baby character attempting to do an assassination, whereas with Vicky, it's like, why is my country having famines twice as often as it should? And so you have to like learn economics and try to fuss with all these back end database things. Deal with why is I mentioned famines. I had to fix a bug today just dealing with famines happening in one country way too often. So I had to go in, try to rebuild part of the database, go, oh, I see. This state specifically is so poor that they're triggering this event for the whole country all the time. I guess I have to try to readjust the buildings at start so that they're not always like this. And it gets way more, you have to do so much investigation just to know what the bug is. Madness.
And that's where Vic3 bugs and CK3 bugs are different, because Baby Killer is funny. So you get a bug and you're like, huh, that's nice. And you can go on. In Vic3 bugs tend to more probably break the game in some ways.
I mean, it's like a design philosophy kind of difference as well, right? Like the events of CK, they're like kind of explicitly allowed to do basically anything, right? Like there's some soft rules of things you probably shouldn't do without really telegraphing to the player. Like we don't like to kill people, like the player character, without it being like a very clear choice that you've made or like a good risk reward payoff. But we're still not above doing that, right? Granting claims to people, doing things. Whereas with Vicky 3, no event is in itself allowed to like break the simulation, because it's a lot more focused on the simulative nature of things. So if it's things like, oh yeah, I'm suddenly going to bankrupt your country in one event, like, you're not going to suddenly, CK will take away all your money if you for the right event option. It doesn't really work so much well when that then breaks the simulation of not only your country, but every other country in your market.
I mean, if you want to do that in Vicky, it's like the simulation is constantly trying to reassert itself. So if you try to like forcibly bankrupt a country, the game will go, no, but the conditions are fine for that country. I don't know what you're talking about. And you'll have to, if you want the country to remain bankrupt, you have to like script all sorts of other stupid shit just to force them to stay bankrupt in the first place. So it's these huge game mechanics are always there bearing down on you, saying, this is how the country runs. Why are you trying to run against me right now? I'll fight you. And you have to like really, really get deep into the muck if you really want to try to force things one way.
Are you trying to put junk into your game and fight against code? Because that's what we do.
I mean, I try to be a good boy and not disrupt the general design of the game as much as I can. I take my joy in the small things. I take my joy in writing little events about Abraham Lincoln punching someone. Those are my fun little treats for myself. If I do anything too big, then the programmers notice and they get upset.
Talking about stretching the limits a bit of what the game makes possible. What's Lord R? What's the worst offense you've done? The worst jank you've tried to work in the game?
Well, before there were dynamic colonial nations, I made another mod to add dynamic colonial nations, and it was quite weird because there were like multiple countries with the same tag, and then suddenly one of those tags got annexed by another one, and it was quite broken sometimes.
If I reverse the question, what's the worst things you've seen on the PDX side? Things that made you cry and think, why are you trying to do this? This is not meant for that.
any time tops and posts anything.
Sure.
I mean, there's, to be honest, like most things are pretty fine within like the confines of what the scripting system's designed for. Like I think that the only time that it drives pain for me is that like we have some like core pillars of how the script system's meant to work, right? And number one is that it should be simple. It should be like simple enough that you can hire a game designer who does not have a computer science background, and they can do an event, right? That's basically the idea. So there's a lot of the times where I see, CK being used as almost like a game development platform sometimes, and it's like, no, we make like one type of game really well. If you want to make your own game, just download like Unity or Unreal or Godot or something. So requests that fall in that level of jank, or like, I need to do this like horrible thing in the shader to pass knowledge between the map and the characters and stuff. I'm like, oh Jesus, please, not like this.
I think more egregious than either of our games is Hearts of Iron 4 and Hearts of Iron 4 mods. The back-end scripting, which people sometimes do, is terrifying. Like, I still mod in my spare time, so oftentimes I accidentally leave debug mode on whenever I just play the game. And playing Hearts of Iron on with debug mode on and playing a mod and seeing what happens is so, oh my god, I could see everything ticking off. I could see, why is the counter going up? Why is the error counter going up? Why is the error counter going up? And you can then you try to investigate and you discover that somebody has basically tried to script a whole second game. No, not just 1 second game. They've scripted in like secondary games for every major country. And like you go to their things and they got menus with all sorts of counters and stuff going on. It's terrifying. The amount of Meanwhile, on our side, we don't have to deal with this in part because we got the luxury of people like Matt. We can just talk to the programmers and say, hi, I can either do really stupid script jank, or can you just code this for me, please? And usually, if we ask nicely and give them food, they'll help us out.
I am very amenable to bribes in the form of food, chocolate, pastries.
So we modders should send some food to Paradox and be like, can you add this feature?
Oh, absolutely. I've always said I will add new triggers and effects in exchange for cakes and chocolate, like anytime.
And I want you to know this, but mod teams actually have sent stuff to the office before. Loved it.
They did, yeah. And then we promise no favoritism is displayed afterwards. But I will add the triggers and effects you ask for.
Cake and chocolate it is. Sometimes some of you programmers, use your PDTs to implement things specifically for mod support. How do you choose what you handle that way?
It's somewhat arbitrary, I won't lie to you. If there's something the community is asking for a lot, then it will become of notice to us. But, whenever I do mod support, like I have a backlog of things that I've either, promised to somebody on Discord one night saying, oh yeah, I can implement that. And then, oh shit, I actually have to do that now that I remember. Or it's just, things that are like, common issues that people work around that I've seen in like, modding Coop Discords and stuff, of like, co-ops where people are like, oh, I have to do this horrible hack to work around things. I'm like, damn, I can fix this for you. But otherwise, like we have a bunch of tasks that whenever we like spot a big one, we'll add it to like our backlog of, we use Jira for tasks. And then if someone's going through and has some time for technical debt as well, then sometimes that goes towards modding support too, of adding things. If something's like horrendously broken, trying to fix that. But it kind of is it can be a challenge to like get things from the modding community to us sometimes, because there's a tendency for people to work around an issue because they obviously want their next release that is not necessarily aligned with ours to contain a fix for the thing. And then, well, if the fix becomes common enough, then everyone's doing it, then people won't complain about it that loudly any longer. So then it can kind of like pass me by as to oh, you people are doing what now?
We've tried to organize and to have somewhere where we log what we want so that we know when we have the opportunity to talk to one of you guys on Discord or otherwise to have a list ready of things that the community wants. But it's complicated because, well, there are a lot of different people in the community. Some are working on huge mods, some are doing their own thing in their corner. Everyone wants different things, and yeah, it's tough to keep track of that on our end. So
No,
obviously
absolutely.
it's even more complicated than for it to make it to you guys.
100%, right? And it's like, as you said, we've tried those types of initiatives before, and it works to some extent, but it's very like it's hard to get things like formulated in a good way necessarily that we can like justify our time for, because the mod priority of doing mod support is never going to be as high as like the features that we're doing for a patch and DLC or the bug fixes that are fixing crashes. So it's like it only gets a percentage of the time that I would otherwise love to give just working on random mod stuff all day. But unfortunately, my producers then come with deadlines. But we do get time for like especially big things, or like if there's like a reproducible like crash that's really easy, or like a lot of errors that are easy to fix. But that's kind of why I hang around in the modding discords, and like now I like peep for things that people are saying. And there's also, we have some like modders in our beta tester groups as well, and we kind of lean on them to communicate in between us and the community of aspects of the community we're maybe not fully involved in. So if there's any like horrendous issue with modding, or every total conversion mod has suddenly decided they want to do this, maybe we can actually support it properly in code instead of just everyone copy pasting some script.
Michael, you haven't said what your bribery of choice is. We know Matt is cake and chocolate, but now we need to know what's yours.
The problem is that the things that would bribe me the most are things I've learned how to make myself. No, because like, look, I'm an American. I moved to Sweden. I moved to Sweden in 2019. Half a year after I moved here, the pandemic happened and I got locked in. And so I got homesick. So everything, all the junk that I missed from home that I couldn't get here, I had to learn how to make. So at this point, I guess I'm unbribable. Nobody can stop me because I can make my own fudge now. And all the important stuff like that. Okay, yeah, fudge. No, if you make good fudge, I'll still eat that. Love fudge.
Maybe I could send you some Swiss chocolate. Would you be interested in that?
Yeah, okay, I can work with that. I mean, I'm not taking any bribes. I don't know what you're talking about.
So we've touched on a lot of the differences there is between your constraints and our constraints. So the end goal is always the same. The way to get there can be quite different. I think one of the big difference is how your work and our work is appreciated by the players, appreciated or underappreciated often, because something that feels good to us when we put out a mod and someone says, hey, this should be in the base game. It's a nice compliment. It comes from a nice place, but there's a lot of undertones in that remark, which is that if it's not in the base game, somehow it's a fault on the developers' side. What's the the most unfair feedback you get sometimes that makes you think that maybe some players don't understand how the whole process is like?
I mean, the most unfair feedback is usually the ones that, I mean, I imagine if I got as a modder, I would also disregard, as the ones where it's just like, you suck, fuck you. That's the one that, usually gets like just ignored by default. But of actual feedback, like when I first started, like I found this should be in the base game. Like eventually I started to be like, come on, man, I'm trying my best here. But I eventually just kind of recontextualized it as seeing like, okay, I remember how when people said that about stuff I worked on, that it's a compliment towards them. It's not a takedown of anyone else, right? And people are generally, if they understand there is a difference between modding and getting it through like a full like pipeline of processes. But It does still, especially because I get to do the fun thing where somebody does something as a mod, and I do actually get to add it to the base game, and then I get to do my own version, and sometimes release it very unfortunately timed, right around where they're releasing their one, and ruin their day, which is fun in its own incredibly cruel way, because like I'm not allowed to tell them that I'm working on it. So I've had.
That happened with the coat of arms designer, if I remember correctly.
Coat of Arms designer was the biggest one. I saw somebody in the CK3 modding Discord, talking about, oh, here's the ways I can implement this, and I was like, damn, you're gonna have a real sad time in like 2.5 weeks. So I knew our dev diary schedule. I was like, sorry, man. But it's always nice. Like I like to put a little shout out to anyone whenever I get to do work like that. And it's also the freedom of the like code is that usually if there's two systems, we can do more with it in like with code than we can in just script. But then I also like when people then take our things a step further afterwards, because that can kind of provide further inspiration of ways to kind of improve things and make us know that people really care about something. There's not really any times we like sit down and look at a mod and like try and take it wholesale, because one, we want to make stuff too that's interesting, and there's also only so much of history that we can use. But it is always nice to at least know where the community's like brain is at, of the like more hardcore fans that download and make mods for our games and what sort of stuff they're interested in.
I think the most frustrating stuff to hear sometimes is when people think of us too much as a business. It's the other side of like, this should be in the base game, of like, you withheld this so that you could put it in a DLC later on. Where like, I can assure you, at least on the Viki side, we are developing stuff way up until we should probably like pace ourselves a bit more, Ethan. Like, we are constantly trying to get more stuff into the game. We are not withholding things and going, yes, this will be perfect later on. It's more like, we have all this stuff to do. We have to cut these features. God, I wish we can do the stuff later, but like, we have a deadline. We have to get this out. We cannot do everything we want to do now. I hope we can do it at some point. And for us, DLC usually ends up being that, boy, we finally have that some point where we can do the things we've been wanting to do for so long.
We had that a lot for CK3 pre-release as well, with people being like, why isn't this feature in the game? And it's like, well, CK2 was developed for like 8 to 10 years. So unless you want us to spend 10 to 15 on CK3, it's never going to have, because we need time to add new things too. It's never going to be able to have everything automatically. And like the fact of the matter is that we have salaries that we need to pay, right? So the DLCs fund that. So it is a balancing act that every game director takes very seriously, of like, what's paid, what's in the patch, what's going to be in a base game release, what are we going to leave to later, and especially, what the biggest challenge we've had is making sure we differentiate what we're doing from CK2. We don't want to just re-release like an identical DLC for everything from CK2. So whenever we go for anything that's a feature that was also in the previous game, we always come with a very like strong point of what is going to be different. Like, Legends of the Dead, for example, like from day one, like one of the design pillars was, this is not just Reaper's Due 2. It needs to have some different focus of it. It needs to have a focus on the medieval side of things, of like how this was seen as like, a plague by God because you're a bad ruler. So that's where legitimacy comes from. And then with legitimacy comes, okay, well, how did medieval rulers spread their, claim their legitimacy to the throne? Well, by claiming ancestral relationship and divine provenance through the form of these like legends. So from the get-go, it was like very much focused on, okay, we don't just want to do epidemics. Like, it's got to be other things drive the real meat of it. And that's been the same for like basically every feature that we've worked on. Has got to be different enough from CK2. I'm envious in a way of Viki that Victoria 2 came out so long ago that people don't get as much like, this was in CK, this was in Viki 2, how could you add it again?
Well, it's enough of a different beast too that we have that room to like take things in a different direction, because it functions different enough. I've also experienced before the thing of where sometimes we develop things or make choices purely because of internal development considerations or largely because of it. When I worked on EU4, I worked on EU4 between Golden Century's release and Emperor's release, 1.28 to 1.3, I think it was. 1.30, sorry. And one thing we did at that time was start to roll in Dharma's, the DLC Dharma's government reforms into the base game, because it's a really cool mechanic. And also from the content side of things, it was a pain in the ass to try to constantly maintain two separate systems at all times of what a government functions like with that DLC and what it's like without that DLC, and what it's like to test the game with that DLC and without that DLC. So for us, there was also the internal consideration of like, can we just make it one system for everything all the time and try to roll things in? There's a little bit of a pushback because, you know, people have bought the DLC, but I think particularly that DLC had been out long enough that people are like, all right, cool, we all get to experience it now.
Yeah, there's a lot of like internal behind the scenes of like, you know, resource distribution, people like moving you know, to a different team, or someone, you know, moves to a different job, or, you know, we have to, you know, we're closing this game, expanding to this, you know, there's a projects that, you know, have never even been announced to the public that, you know, maybe we don't ever see the light of day, and we're moving resources around, and now we have to onboard people that can like put a delay of what people would maybe want. I mean, like, it's no secret that on the CK team, right, when, you know, we were doing Royal Court, you know, we had, you know, facing the pandemic, we had a new studio join us on our game, onboarding all of them remotely. We had just done the big release, so we had people just naturally moving to other games inside the company or deciding they wanted to work on something else. And that did not help us with developing that DLC. And that's something that I never really had experience before, like definitely not in modding, because people come and go in modding a lot, but because there was less of a hierarchy and a less of like there wasn't as much knowledge sharing as one would want anyway. It was kind of that fend for yourself life regardless. So, you know, when I was working on the Game of Thrones mod for CK2, there was like 3 of us, right? There had been at one point like 30 on the team, but that had dipped way before I joined. So it was like, yeah, it was like me and one other guy mostly, more him than me even, and me just trying to get whatever info I could. And then people would, you know, ask, when's the next release? But as a modder, you can also just tell them, get fucked, there's 2 of us, we'll take our time. But, you know, with the, you know, paid DLCs, there, especially, you know, with the chapters that we sell, right, there's a reasonable expectation of a time for when that happens. And I don't super blame that people either. Like, when I buy, you know, things, I expect, you know, stuff to come out, but the, you know, fact of the matter is that things kind of have a knock-on effect. And, you know, we felt that knock-on effect for like a year and a half after Royal Court's release. Like, we were still, you know, felt the knock-on of having that many challenges kind of spring us at once that we were happy to recover with tours and tournaments.
You actually bring up something which I want to ask the modders, because Matt, both you and I started before the pandemic, and we worked through it, and we had to deal with office to working from home to working from the office again. I mean, you can tell we're both in the office right now. But my experience before all that, just modding, was purely working digitally, remotely, anyways with stuff. Did you guys experience any change in how modding teams worked over the course of the pandemic?
I actually didn't really mod before the pandemic. I just started last year, so I can't really talk about it.
Yeah, I was going to say the same, and that your curse was my blessing, because I picked up modding during the pandemic. Because my lockdown, I'm a bartender, so my bar was closed for a year total. And after 800 hours of playing Crusader Kings, I was like, okay, it's fun. Maybe I have some ideas. Maybe I can do something about it. So same as Lord R, I don't have a comparison as to how it was before.
I think the different, like, because it's already digital, right? I think more of the difference would have been like number of hours people log doing work on modding. Because I was modding when I was like at school, right? So I didn't exactly have much I did stuff in the evenings after school or on the weekends. If I was trapped in my apartment 24/7, I imagine I would have been doing a lot more modding because I would have had nothing else. But and to be honest, during the lead up to CK3's release, I was doing some pet projects in some of my spare time because I was at home bored out of my brain. So I was happy for the work-life balance to come back a bit better afterwards.
It was a rough time.
Yeah, those were weird times. I basically made modding my full-time job because I was paid to not work, so I could afford it. And then someone told me, "Hey, you can work for real again." I was like, "Oh, but this is nice, I'm doing stuff." So it's now the balance is harder to strike for me. Lordar, we talked about player feedback and comments and how sometimes there's those annoying ones. What's the one that's most annoying to you, and why is it update when? Maybe it's not, I don't know. But...
Actually, we update quite fast because we don't change a lot of base game mechanics. We just try to build upon them. So we are able to update it quite soon. So that comment doesn't come up that often for us. I think the one that I don't like so much is specifically, can you make a com patch for VFM? Because that's quite a big mod, and I think there are so many incompatibilities that I would have a hard time to get everything set up, and keeping com patches updated is quite hard because you have to know when the other mod updates, you have to know you have to change everything when you update, you have to keep track of what you change, so it gets quite complicated.
Yeah, and once you have one for 2 mods, there's a third mod that comes, and the number of com patches needed is exponential. It's never ending. I like how at PDX you chose for recent releases to not lock features behind DLC ownership so much, because it was making maintaining the game so complex. Because if you have one DLC, you have one feature. You don't have the feature if you don't have the DLC. And we are still in that, because if you have one mod, you have something, and if you want to make mods work together, it's absolute hell. Well, it depends on the level of collaboration between modders. Beforehand, you can actually do quite a bit if you work together to handle compatibility without a com patch, but it's quite a lot of work and a lot of time.
I do not miss that at all. I found enough tedium working with the CK2 to EU4 converter, timing for the patches of that. I would never want to do that again. It's the modding compatibilities. I only worked on either very small mods that I released, and even then I had to do stuff, or big enough mods that there wasn't any compatibility if it's a total conversion. But I do not envy having to deal with that.
I managed to avoid most of that. The one big CK2 mod I did was After the End, which is just an entirely different map, different mechanics, all sorts of crazy stuff happening. There was no request for compatibility patches for that. What are you going to make it compatible with? There was nothing to worry about there. But you could still watch and look at everybody else's mods and see everybody trying to make compatibility between this and that, between 2 different mechanical mods. And these mods, oftentimes, if they're both trying to address behavior stuff, they're going to be dealing with the same files, too. So I don't know how the hell anybody does make compatibility patches half the time, because if you're messing with the same thing, you can't both have things working on the same file. It's madness.
A lot of time, I think, goes mostly for those compatibility ones. I've tried to make some custom compatibility patches for mods I've used before, and I rapidly then gave up and just picked my favorite.
Some people have a hard time choosing, so if they have 100, we sometimes have people coming with, "Hey, I have a playset with 100 mods. There was a new patch a week ago, and now my playset is not working. What's going on?" I don't know, man. What's going on?
That's one of the most frustrating things is new patch rolls out and people start to report bugs and crashes, and oh yeah, you go, cool. Is there? You're just doing the base game or something? Is everything just this is regular vanilla new release, right? And they go, yes, absolutely. And then they send you a save game. It's up there on the forums, and you look at it, and there's like 5 different mods, 4 of which haven't been updated at all.
That was going to be what I was going to say, and I saw Mike getting ready. That's my least favorite part of new updates is the bug report forums of like, I promise I wasn't using any mods. And then you like, really? Because in the startup log, it says the 7 mods that you had loaded. It's like, well, I know that those ones are the issue. And then it's like, lo and behold, you turn off those mods, try and reproduce the issue, doesn't happen. You're like, wow, what a surprise. So I don't blame the mod authors, but the mod consumers, we know when you're running with mods. It's very obvious. Like, just turn them off for the new release, goddamn. Or at least don't report the bug. Save it for yourself and wait for your mods to update. Then you can do it.
Open up the launcher, click enable all, and then disable all. So you definitely turned off everything. Then go play.
I think our QA team would be rich if they had $1 for every time that happened.
Oh my god.
We would be rich too because it happens to us as well. It's always your mod is causing an issue. Okay, I have 50 mods, but I know it's your mod that does. We even had the other day on Discord someone who'd done that on every mod's comments from his playset. So he went to 10, 15 different mods saying, your mod is the issue, it's crashing my game. Hoping maybe one of them would say, oh yeah, it's my fault and I'll fix it. I don't know. I don't know what the rationale is behind that, but...
I respect the gaslighting attempt of just going to every mod. It's you're the problem. Like, I respect that.
Surely one of them must be right, so.
And then we spend hours looking for something, and then we figure out, oh, no, he had more mods.
Yep. That's why the forum is so aggressive about making you upload your like save and log files. Is because then we look through the log files and we see, oh, you lied. Or, which is wonderful, because you can also delete the lines, obviously, if you're an asshole, but we can also tell usually with that, because usually you'll delete other lines too, and we know that there will be a thing in that order, because the code outputs the same lines every time.
Maybe we can end on a bit of wishful thinking. Lord R, what's the thing you would like for Victory to add as far as mod support goes?
For me personally...
Michael is stuck, he can't leave the room yet, so... I had someone bar the door from the outside.
For me personally, it would probably be to have like the ability to mod character roles, because we use characters a lot in our mod. But I think that's basically not important for most other mods. So it's my wish.
That's kind of a case of what you talked about earlier, Matt, when you add something to the game and then mods try to use it more and to expand on the functionalities, and that's where we meet the limits of what code allows us to do.
Oh man, was it Matt? Didn't CK3 accidentally have a load-bearing man for a while? Like people started to just use to save data and stuff on.
Yeah, the death of dummy male. That was people were modifying our dummy null character to use him as like basically it was basically the plot of the Matrix, except instead of using humans as batteries, everyone was using him as like an SSD instead, was how I described it to my designers. And that exposed some bugs within that usage. So we kind of patched that out, and then I had to add in a bunch of extra mod support because it turns out people were using it for so much stuff. I think it was at the time was the only way to get like a global variable from the UI or something was you set it on dummy male. Now there's just a get global variable function, but that was an interesting day.
We still miss dummy mail dearly.
Gone but never forgotten.
Exactly.
I mean, my wishful thinking for mods is just that I want to get early access to all of them because I'm cool like that. So I can play them in my free time. But
that can be arranged because we can be bribed too. So.
Oh, excellent! I love the mutual bribery. But otherwise, like I enjoy seeing kind of everything that the mods come up with. It's always really impressive to see events like this. I think that's one of the things I'm happiest to have seen the modding community start is this kind of like ModCon because it's a really nice place to show everything off and get people in the community really excited for it. So there's definitely a good few of us at Paradox that make sure to tune in when it happens and see the new announcements.
I miss modding to a certain degree, but every time I try, it's I've almost been paralyzed by the knowledge of like what's going on with the game at any given time. I can't start modding this now. I know they're going to release a patch in 3 months. I know exactly what features are there. I want to do something with that. I can't start working on the internal build yet because half that stuff isn't even implemented yet. Or, I'm terrified of accidentally putting that stuff and releasing it ahead of time. Oh, Jesus Christ. And there's so many things which are just really fun to play with, but either I want to wait for it to be out, or I'm terrified of accidentally letting slip that something else is going on.
See, for me, I wanted to get back into modding, but then when I started doing some script again, I got too frustrated with the scripting system, and I was like, I'm going to go back to my code. C++ is pure and beautiful in comparison. I can do anything.
I'm a god.
In comparison to what I can do in the script, I don't know. Writing, and also I have to write again. My writing skills went downhill very rapidly after I stopped being a designer.
I still enjoy writing, but I wish I could write more freely sometimes. Like, yeah. It's cool working on Vicky. I enjoy writing the historical narrative stuff, but the game is still just the one game and there are certain constraints. You can't engage with certain material. There's certain perspectives you can't do. Especially because I'm working on the actual game itself, I can't do like some really weird out there shit. And I miss being able to do some weird out there shit on occasion. And just do something like
Dragons.
Yeah. No, like you were saying at the beginning regarding modders being able to just choose what things they're interested in. I can't do that as much. I can't just focus on the weird, obscure little things that I know will appeal to 5 people on the internet. Miss that freedom.
It's both a blessing and a curse, really, because since we can choose what we do, we can also choose quite freely to change tax. And I find that the design part of the process is really interesting, and it's really something that I'm passionate about. But as soon as you get into, I need to work tooltips in, I need to fix the odd outlier bug, I need to, I don't know, do all kind of stuff to make it really polished and publish it. Or I have this other idea which I could explore. And it's really easy to have like 5, 6, 7 different things started and none of them coming to fruition.
The blessing of having a producer to whip you into shape.
Yeah, that's why you need a producer.
I deliver things. Otherwise, I too would have, just like all of my pet projects at home, none of them have ever been finished.
Me and my Warhammer army. But that's half the advantage of also having a mod team and just doing stuff freely as a voluntary thing. Is you have the luxury of sometimes there is somebody out there who's just really hyper focused on doing the back end tool tips about doing they wanted to join the team so they could fix the one bug that really annoyed them, then quit or whatever afterwards. But you can find those people, and you don't have to get a huge budgetary procedure to get approved to get one extra person on board and make sure that they're there with all the paperwork sorted out a month later on. You could just find a guy and go like, cool, you want to do that thing? You're super focused about the thing and then you'll leave afterwards? Great, go ahead. Welcome to the team. Do your thing. Get out of here. Done.
Well, thank you, guys. I think we'll wrap this up because it's been an hour and maybe you have obligations. We're just hobbyists, so we don't, but...
It's been great talking. It's been really fun.
Thank you very much. I'll take the opportunity, Matt, since we're here, because so we're recording this in March, and you've announced a couple of days ago that you are leaving PDX soon. So by the time this airs during ModCon, you won't be a programmer on Crusader Kings anymore. And I wanted to extend my personal thanks and the thanks of the community, because it's been great exchanging with you. Sometimes discussions on Discord can be there sometimes is some friction between devs and modders because the point of views are different. But ultimately we all like what we do, and we always come together around this. And thanks very much for what you've given us for the game, the toys you give us to use and abuse. And we hope we'll continue to make you cry in retrospect with all the jank we put in the game for a long time to come.
Now I will be joining you in the jank mine. That's gonna be my place. You guys want to see some jank? I'll tell you all the dark secrets of the code that we didn't tell you.
That will be great. Thank you very much. And see you soon around, I guess.
See ya.
Cheers, guys.
There we go. So that was the modder dev discussion. What did you think about that? Of course, a massive thank you to all four of those with that. And of course, the one at the end there about Matt now leaving Paradox. So massive thank you to him as well, of course. Yeah, the void. Look, I didn't keep you in the void too long there. I think that was pretty good. As long as you can hear me, right? I mean, audio stressing me out today. Audio has not been the best thing in the world. What I'm going to do right now, before we move on, we've got a lot to talk about. And of course, we have 3 videos from CyberXCon coming up with Rice and Viet. Just let me know if you can hear that. Can you hear that music? Please. Alright, so let me know if that come through. If that come through, then we are good. If not, we are in loads of trouble. Right, well, okay. That's not a good sign. Right, anyway, we've got other stuff to talk about quickly. I don't know what is going on with that, but we kind of need to get it fixed, which is stress. But one thing I do need to mention, hopefully some of the mods in chat can now post the links. We do have a giveaway going on today. Thanks to Paradox, they sent us a couple of keys. So we do have... It is 5 base game Crusader Kings 3 keys, 3 Legend of the Dead keys, 1 Tours and Tournaments key, and 3 Legacy of the Persia keys to be won by any of you guys. You just got to fill out that Google form. And then what we'll do later on is we'll put in all the names in a wheel. And then the winners will be chosen. So make sure you fill that out if you do want to win any of those keys. Yeah, I don't know what is going on with the audio. That is stress, but we can figure that out soon, hopefully. But now it is time anyway for 3 videos from CyberXCon. So first of all, we have the Rice Sicily trailer. So you know what? Let's go ahead and jump straight into that. There we go. So that was the Rice Sicily trailer. And I'm just going to say, anyway, you probably all know what Rice is, but if you haven't played Rice, play it. Like, it genuinely adds so much to the game. Like, in any mod list I make, Rice is pretty much always there. I believe it's like, it's just so many little flavor packs across the entire world. So do yourself a favor. Make sure you do try that out. And, Shatsy Norris donated €50. Thank you very much for that. And Anonymous just donated $108. So thank you both very much for that. We are so close now to $2,000 raised so far. Of course, that's not even counting the donation match of last year's amount of 6,200, I believe, from Paradox as well, which will be done like separately. So you're not going to see that on the count, but we are doing so well on donations already. So thank you all very much for that. But, we're not done with Rice just yet. CybrixCon has a Sicily Struggle workshop. This is a presentation exploring the new Sicily Struggle in Rice, and also a guide on how to design interesting struggles in your mods. And I gotta say, struggles, I always love it when a mod has a struggle. It just adds so much to certain areas. So, if any of you modders are watching this and kind of want to learn a little bit more on how to do it, this is the video for you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm CybrixCon, creator of the Viet and Rice mods for Crusader Kings 3. I'm here to talk to you about Rice, my mod that adds simple flavor packs to regions, cultures, and religions across the world. Since last ModCon, Rice has grown tremendously, from new struggles for Greenland, Normandy, and Sri Lanka, to successful collaborations with the Fallen Eagle and Rajas of Asia mods, and much more. In today's video, we'll look at Rice's next flagship flavor pack, called Sicily, where three worlds met. In particular, we'll explore a new struggle called the Sicilian Frontier. While this video is mainly for modders, if you're a player of Rice, it'll also give you a preview of what to expect with the Sicily update. For modders, I want this to be a workshop for struggles. Modding struggles can look intimidating, so as someone with around 8 struggles under my belt, including the Sicily struggle, I hope to help you with modding struggles by discussing my methods for designing struggles and what I think makes a good struggle. For those who don't know, struggles are a mechanic in Crusader Kings 3 that gives certain regions special rules and gameplay that allow for a more immersive historical experience. Alright, let's get started with it. Before we dive into struggles, we have to first ask what a struggle is. Many players think of struggles as big wars. When they talk about struggles they like to see in Crusader Kings in the future, it's stuff like the Crusades or the conflict between the Byzantines and Turks over Anatolia. Now don't get me wrong, these are good struggle ideas, but it's limiting to think of struggles as just military focused. My Greenland struggle in Rice, for instance, can be won without conquest. In my opinion, and this is something I'll repeat over and over again in this video, struggles are narratives, struggles are stories, struggles are about the ebb and flow of history. Like stories, struggles have characters, struggles have a setting, struggles have a general plot, with a beginning, middle, and possibly an end. Some of you might not know, but writing is my true love, and honestly, modding is kind of a side hobby to writing for me. I mention this because I've learned that designing struggles is like writing a good story. As a modder, if you can understand that struggles are narratives, rather than just some code or mechanics, designing them is much easier. For many modders, it can be overwhelming trying to brainstorm the decisions, mechanics, events, and all that stuff that goes into a struggle. I suggest ignoring all that at first. Before anything else, I would first look into what is your struggle's theme. What is its focus, or central argument, in other words? For the Iberian struggle in vanilla, for instance, the central theme is coexistence. For the Persian struggle, it's the Abbasid Caliphate. For the Greenland struggle in Rice, it's survival. When I started researching for the Sicily flavor pack, I noticed many scholars talk about Sicily as a medieval frontier between three worlds, Islam, Byzantium, and the Latin West. I realized this would be the story of my Sicily struggle, the ups and downs of a wild frontier that so many peoples and kingdoms tried to control, a place where identity and loyalties were blurry. If you're having trouble deciding on a theme for your struggle, one trick I've found helpful is to think about the struggle in terms of a question. For instance, in Vanilla's Persian struggle, the question is about whether the caliph is based or cringe, as the young people of today would say. For my Sicily struggle, on the other hand, the question is about what is the nature of the frontier, and how do different people exploit or understand it. Once you have a focus, a theme, an argument your struggle revolves around, the next step is to decide the struggle's phases, a period of time in the struggle. Again, I approach it like a story. To me, phases are like types of chapters in the book, or episodes in a TV show, or scenes in a movie. Let's take an example of a stereotypical Hollywood action movie. These movies have violence phases or scenes where fighting happens, and quiet phases or scenes where characters reflect on why they fight or strategize for the next fight. Phases and struggles are similar. They represent similar trends or events or aspects of the history or lore for that region. For the Sicily struggle, I have two normal phases, the borderland phase and the colonization phase. Borderland represents periods of instability and transition in South Italy, like when the Muslims gradually conquered Sicily, or when the Normans did the same 2 centuries later. The colonization phase, meanwhile, represents periods of relative stability in the frontier of South Italy, when realms like the Calvin Emirate or the Norman Kingdom of Sicily expanded their authority over the region's resources, peoples, and cultures. Here's a tip for modders if you have trouble coming up with phases. If you have to copy and paste from one of Vanilla's struggles, or from another mod, just change the name of the phases at least. In the Fallen Eagle mod that I've worked on, my Greater Khorasan struggle was loosely based on Vanilla's Iberian struggle, but for instance, I changed the name of the conciliation phase to the development phase. Conciliation is about diplomacy and cooperation, development is about growth and prosperity. By just changing the name, I changed the focus and the vibe of the whole phase. One last thing about phases. I feel many modders, myself included, have a tendency to brainstorm a lot of phases initially. I advise to not have too many phases in your struggles. Phases should be distinct and avoid thematic overlap to focus the narrative. Once you know your struggle's focus and its phases, everything's a lot easier to figure out, whether it's the catalyst effects or the modifiers of each phase. To use the story analogy again, let's take our example of the action movie with the violence phase and the quiet phase. Let's say in your movie you want the hero to fight the villain in an epic battle. Does this sequence go into our violence phase or quiet phase of our quote-unquote action movie struggle? Obviously, it should be the violence phase. In other words, it's all about finding an appropriate phase for each element of your struggle. Now let's take a more practical example with assigning a catalyst to a real struggle. For those who don't know, catalysts are when rulers involved in the struggle take certain actions that push the struggle towards one phase or another. In Rice's upcoming Sicily struggle, for instance, rulers can give shipments of Sicilian grain to other rulers. Historically, Sicily was an important exporter of grain, affecting the politics and economy of kingdoms that relied on these exports. If you do this interaction while in the borderlands phase of the struggle, you'll push the struggle towards the colonization phase, representing how these economic moves strengthen Sicily's connections with other realms. Effects and modifiers, meanwhile, are more like rules that apply for the struggle region during specific phases. Like with catalysts, it's also a matter of figuring out what makes sense for each phase. Now, you may have trouble coming up with interesting catalysts, effects, and modifiers when designing your own struggles. An easy trick I've learned is to go to Vanilla's struggles and look through the code and compile a list of all the catalyst effects and modifiers in them. Then I just copy and paste the ones I like into my own struggle. For instance, Vanilla's Iberian struggle has some effects that make it easier to declare war during the hostility phase. These fit well with the borderland phase of the Sicily struggle when things are supposed to be a little chaotic. I literally copy-pasted those effects over to my struggle. Easy as that. Lastly, most stories have an ending. Struggles are the same when it comes to ending decisions. It's best for ending decisions to tie back to your central theme or question. You could have endings based on what group is the most dominant. For instance, I could have a Byzantine or Muslim ending for Rice's upcoming Sicily struggle. However, I decided the story with that wasn't interesting enough. My Sicily struggle has basically 4 endings. 2 are like fake endings that it often gravitates towards. The periphery ending phase, where Sicily becomes a backwater, or the imperiality ending phase, when it's exploited by another realm. The struggle can be repeated after this. However, For the two real endings, which I call Dominion and Crossroads, they both answer the central question of the Sicily struggle. What is a frontier, and how do people understand it? If you pick the Dominion ending, your answer is that a frontier is a chaotic land that must be tamed by force under one group ruling a powerful realm. If you pick the Crossroads ending, your answer is that a frontier is a place of opportunity, where different people can trade, share ideas, and cooperate. And that concludes our overview of the Sicily struggle for rice and my struggle workshop. I want to thank you everyone who is still here watching this long video. I know struggles are controversial in the Crusader Kings community, but I believe they have the potential to truly encourage players to look beyond a pop culture view of history as just a bunch of names, dates, and accurate facts. History is more than a collection of trivia about the past. When I was in college, one of my professors said, "The past is what happened in the past. History is our narrative, our story, our interpretation of that past, ideally backed by good evidence." For me, struggles are a great way to help players understand history as a nuanced, complex, amazing narrative about humanity. And I hope to see mods in vanilla add more struggles in the future to tell interesting stories about history or the lore of fictional settings. Anyhow, the Sicily flavor pack for rice is planned for release later this May. I look forward to seeing how you will all rewrite the history of this dynamic, exciting frontier of the Mediterranean. And stay tuned for more information and previews. Thank you, and I hope you have a great day.
There we go. So that was Cybrix Khan's Sicily Struggle Workshop. So a massive thank you to him for getting that out. Now, I don't know if he does or not, like, plan to put that on his own channel or not. But if not, I assume he will put it on his own channel. He's in the chat now, so you can go and subscribe to him now. But if not, this VOD will just be up on my page anyway, if you do want to come back at another time and check it out. Now, thanks to Kara, we may have our audio issues fixed, potentially. Hopefully. So I'm going to play music. Can you hear this music? Please, I'm begging. If you can't hear this music, we are now in trouble. I've had we can hear it. Oh my god. Right, it's confirmed. Kara's actually the GOAT. Alright. Alright, we did it. No more audio issues. That is very good because we have God Heria coming on and the mod jam. Right. Okay, so audio fixed. Going forward, hopefully. So, we are going to have the modder of the Age of the Fifth Sun come on after the next video because it's the last video now from Cybrix Khan. Yeah, I won't dust Faircast talk, so I probably shouldn't jinx it. So we're going to have him come on after the next video, hopefully. Yeah, Kara Goat confirmed. That actually fixed it. Oh, that was a very stressful time now sorted out. But the last thing from Cybrix Khan is, of course, his other big mod, Viet, a flavor and immersion event mod. And if you don't know, it just adds tons of events, all really good, but the update on this one is slightly different. So we're going to go ahead and play that one straight away. Right, there we go. So again, for the third time, a massive thank you to Cybrix Khan again for his Scripts and Scribes event pack. So yeah, 2 absolutely insane mods, which, if you're not using, you should be, of course. Now, if we check the schedule, as you can see, the next thing planned for in 10 minutes is the Mod Jam checkup. But now we have all the audio working. I'm going to go back to playing this. I'm going to fix it for this. And hopefully we should have the developer coming on right now.
Hello.
Hello. Right. Hopefully, if they don't hear you this time, I should work now.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Let's see.
I'll wait and see, please.
Thank you.
Right. Let's. Yeah. Thank you for coming back again. Hopefully.
No worries.
Right. Harm said hello, so that I think that. There we go.
Yay.
Right. Okay.
You fixed it.
Right, so... Oh god, that was stressful. Thanks to Kara. Anyway. But yeah, the main thing.
Thank you, Kara.
Yeah, I just got the trailer you sent over, just playing. The main thing wanted to ask really was, I don't really know, much of the history of that time period. So just maybe some general points about the history, why you chose that area, just stuff like that. If you want to share.
Yeah, of course. Well, we chose Mesoamerica because it is an area of the world that often kind of gets forgotten or mistreated in historical games. And we chose this period, a bit of a challenging choice because most people associate Mesoamerica with like the contact period faction. So like, your Mexica, Aztecs, the Mayas, and so on, right?
Yeah.
We chose 1204 because it is a critical point in Mesoamerican history, at least if the chronicles from the 16th century are to be believed, right? So the Aztecs said that before their people came to the center of Mexico, the Anahuac, there was a massive and super powerful kingdom called the Toltecs. So in 1204, they supposedly fell out of power after an invasion from barbarian kings from the north. And one of those barbarian tribes that came in are the Aztecs. So we chose this period because it would allow players to reenact like the whole formation of the Aztec Empire.
Yeah.
Plus, it allows you to go into different routes if you're familiar with the history. That is, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things I like about CK3 because I literally, to be honest, know barely anything about this time period in this area. And it was quite similar when I started playing, say, CK2. Didn't really know much about, say, 867 or 1066 or whatever. But it's a good learning tool.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly, I was not even a fan of medieval history when I got this game. And just playing CK3 really got me deep into medieval history as well. So yeah, that's definitely one of the ethos of our mod, to be as historical as possible, to kind of share a very interesting history.
Yeah, for sure. Because I'll definitely, because I know, been out for a little while. I know Leif made a video on it, I believe. I think. Hopefully, yeah. I'll have to give it a try because I always like to learn about different periods and all sort of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to say?
That would be great.
Mod in general?
Well, as I said, as we showcased on the trailer, we're going to be releasing an update, hopefully in the next 2 weeks, that will expand the map into Central America.
Yeah.
Which was a community vote hosted on our Discord. And after Central America, we're going to expand the map to the north, so adding the Arido America and Oasis America regions. And that'll hopefully come during the summer or autumn. So that's our plans for now. Yeah.
All right, nice. Yeah, I'll have to. We'll definitely give it a go. Just to mainly also just learn about the history. Plus, it's just the aesthetic of it, right? It just looks amazing. Like I'm just watching the trailer right
Yeah,
by
thank
again
you.
now. Just so colorful, which I think anyone could enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for coming on then for a quick little talk about the mod. I do appreciate it.
No problems. Thank you for fixing the technical issues.
Thanks to Cara. To be honest, I had no idea. I was lost. I was completely lost.
All right.
Well,
thank you very much for having me.
Of course. Right, bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan mentioned, yeah, so massive, let me go back. Yeah, massive thank you to him for coming on, of course. We finally got that fixed. That was meant to happen 2 hours ago, just to talk about the history and stuff, because mainly probably a lot of you as well probably don't know, I'd assume, about this area in 1204 with Aztecs coming and all this stuff, right? I mean, maybe you do, I could be wrong, but I knew nothing. I love Julie. Yeah, he is nice. Yeah, massive thank you to him. Yeah, it's always cool to see more, not Eurocentric mods. It's just cool, different time period. Like I said in the thing, that's the great thing about CK3 as well. You might not know much about this area, but it doesn't stop you, jumping in and learning about it. Now, the next thing we have today, anyway, but first of all, actually, you know what? Before we jump into the mod jam, no void time. God, I can't speak. Once again, I want to mention we have a giveaway. So if you haven't already, make sure, hopefully one of the mods will post the link. Put your username in or whatever, and you will get reached out to later. It's all keys for Crusader Kings 3. Also, another thing to mention is, all of this, as well as showing off some of the amazing mods that are being made for CK3, and of course, Victoria and Imperator actually now, is we're raising money for able gamers. So, if you have the ability to, a donation will be massively appreciated. We are now $1,936 so far. And our initial goal was 2,000. And we still have 2 streams tomorrow. We have Zeely, and then after Zeely, we have Otto, a Welshman as well. So 2 more streams tomorrow. So yeah, if you have the ability to, a donation is always appreciated. Of course, if you can't, you can't. That is fine. And you know what? I'm going to do one more thing before we jump into the mod jam. Is we have the blind modding thing. If you haven't already, hopefully they'll have the link for this as well. Is you can go on here, make a vote, and some modders have there's 5 modders, each have 2 hours to make a mod on the topic that you guys voted on. So if you haven't already, go and vote on that too. And the next thing we have is, of course, now the mod jam. So I'm going to hopefully try and get this set up on the fly. All right, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Snap.
Okay, nice, perfect. Is it anything, wait, to show on screen? Is that what these messages were? Yeah, maybe. Right, let me just get Discord on screen. 2 seconds.
Whoa.
God, let's not break Discord, shall we?
Great. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Oh my. Okay, I just had to refresh the page. Isn't that cool?
Right, let me. Right, almost done. Let me just crop that. Right, let's see how that looks. Oh, God. Why can't I crop the right thing?
So you can hear me, but do I sound good?
You sound acceptable.
Okay. So it's a good day.
OBS with this many layers is not a great thing.
Yes. So it looks like you're taking a secret look at our internal server or channel and the little screenshots we have. Yeah, so we've been hard at work behind the scenes trying to make a a little kind of mini mod, or no, not mini mod, really like a mod possible. So I guess you can see some of the work we've been doing right now.
Yeah.
Still a lot more to go.
So I think the theme, I don't know if I've even mentioned, is music, right?
Yeah, I think music's a good way to put it. I think we're trying to get some historic accuracy and like specifically minstrels and troubadours and maybe distinguishing the difference between the two. But yeah, music's the overarching theme.
Yeah, so El Terranos had the idea to pitch to us, and we thought, it seemed like it was something we could maybe work with, and we all kind of picked different aspects of the theme that we wanted to go off on. El Terranos specifically wanted to really wanted something related to the concepts of the troubadours, the medieval poets and musicians who would typically were from France, or I think southern France, Occitania. Which and it became this very during the time period. It was like this high art. It was something that it was different than just everyday minstrels or bards playing in for the commoners. This was like something that nobility did. They would make music. They would write poetry in the form of music, and then they would even duel with each other to prove who was the best. So we kind of wanted to focus on that kind of aspect as part of the vision that El Terranos pitched to us.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I'll just say, like, as far as features go, we're trying to like give a player the whole music experience from, training up the lifestyle, becoming a musician, to maybe traveling the world, visiting other lords, playing songs.
Yeah, I can see
the
chord and the music world tour.
Yeah, exactly. That's a name it. That's everything is in flux. Nothing's final with names and stuff. But yeah, you're going to be able to tour places, and just like any activity, there'll be random events, and maybe you make friends and enemies and all that kind of stuff.
So you started this, was it yesterday?
Yes, we pretty much started right on the first day of ModCon. So literally the first day of ModCon. So even before ModCon started, but like technically on the first day.
I'm just so like, how I'll ask, like, is it like how stressful is it? Because I can't even mod, of course. So try and get all this done in just 3 days, and also like how many of you is there and stuff like that.
I'll go first. I'll just say, like, I don't feel like there's when the goal is kind of abstract, what we accomplish is what we accomplish. We're all working hard, but I don't think there's like a gun to our head, super stressful situation. It's more just kind of fun, throw features together. And I think there's about 5 or 6 of us. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I think So, actually, I don't know for sure, but that does sound about right.
Yeah, guess what? You guys probably find it fun. I'd find it stressful. That's probably why you're modders.
Yeah, I think it's something that you definitely. I think everyone on the team, or I guess quote unquote team, because we're not. Well, anyways, everyone kind of involved in this, we all have some experience of modding. So once you have that level of experience, you kind of have an idea of how to manage your time, how to manage what you want to do. Like so in contrast to the activity that East Pointed is doing. My activity is a little smaller. It's like it's supposed to be a private performance you give at your court compared to the big tour. So one thing I've been kind of doing when I'm working on this right now is like figure out what I want to add to it, what I can't add, what I can add within this time frame. Like there will be features that I think, hey, this would be cool, but you know what? I'll probably just cut this out because I won't have enough time to do it before ModCon is over. And I think that's a very useful skill to have in general for a lot of modders, by the way. I think sometimes modders, you really get very ambitious when they add all these things, but it's good to sometimes add it in little chunks, manageable chunks,
Yeah, the scope creep is definitely real. And I've also had those same thoughts. I'm like, ooh, are we going to work on this after this? Like, are we going to put updates to this mod? Because, yeah, there's a ton of features that just aren't going to make the cut.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, because last year, what was it? It was like witches and alchemy, was it? Could be wrong.
Yep,
It was something along the lines of that one, and that turned out amazing.
Yes.
So I'm obviously excited
Yeah.
to see what you come up with this year.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of that one too.
Yeah, it did turn out really good.
Yeah, I think we're making pretty good progress so far. So hopefully we'll have something acceptable by the time we're done with this ModCon business.
Snap, if you could have any feature in a musical mod, top of your head, what would it be? Go.
You know what? It's funny. Like, I had no idea, but then obviously I seen Music World Tour. Like, I'm not the most creative person, but when I seen that got me excited, to be completely honest with you. Like, just going on a complete Music World Tour, to be like, I think that is it, to be honest. Like, I can't, like, that would be it. And I mean, it seems like you've already got it.
Yeah.
Oh, Castock says rock band. Like that. Start a little band. That could be pretty cool.
Seems like Kaiserheim is saying there's other pictures too of the court amenities we could maybe.
Oh, yeah, there's 2 different sections.
Oh, good call.
There we go. Did not notice that.
And there's also the trait. Oh, because the trait from
the lyric poet.
Yeah. So this would be the lifestyle trait that you can kind of gain experience from doing, the activities or the 2 activities we have for this, and then maybe some other events or other ways to kind of raise that over time.
Yeah, I'm just going through them all now. Bombastic music. You know what? Let's have a look. Oh, so these are all. There's all the effects from the amenities, like tasteful music, exotic music, bombastic.
Yeah. Get Stick to record music for you. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Huh?
Get him on the mic. Get him singing.
Yeah.
One thing I hope to get in, but I don't know if we will, is I would like to have some kind of not rap battle, but music battle, like some kind of dueling guitars or something like that. I'll have to figure out how to make that happen.
Or like the chess mini game, but you just play guitars, like.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, after that struggle video, I kind of want to make it into a whole struggle with countries battling.
Yeah, all the bands just struggling for territory.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when Struggles came out, that was like a big meme on One Proud Bavarian's Discord server. We were like, we can make anything a struggle, even like a romance game, we'll make it a struggle.
Yeah, is there anything else you want to share, or any other plans you want to mention, or anything like that?
I'll just say that it's still kind of like nothing's concrete yet. So like, if there's good suggestions in the chat or something that people want to throw out that they'd like to see, we can still consider it, because we still got a decent amount of time to finish things up.
Yeah, and even if you don't make it to the chat for whatever reason, you can always post suggestions on the Discord server for ModCon as well. Obviously we won't be able to do everything or even most of the things you suggest, but it doesn't hurt to give us some ideas if you have something you think might work.
And I think it's being shown off on, is it Ottawa? It's Ottawa's stream, isn't it? I believe.
Yes. Or I think so. I'm not.
I think it's
sure.
Ottawa's,
But
and then there's the blind mod, and I think maybe on Zeely's, or I could be mixing up. But either way, on one of the streams tomorrow, right?
Yes, it'll be hopefully. Yes. So the idea is that we will have something, a working mod tomorrow. It will be obviously it might not be like a very big mod or the most the most epic mod ever, but it will definitely have something working tomorrow.
And I like the direction that's going, where it feels like it's going to be one of those mods you can slip in to other mods. Like, it feels like it will be decently compatible, so it's just like a nice add-on mod to other gameplays.
For sure. Yep. I always love that. I think, as I always tell everyone, like, it's always great when you can make your mods compatible with a lot of things.
I mean, yeah, for sure. But yeah, if there's nothing else anyway, I guess we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see. Was it gameplay, isn't it?
Yep.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if that's everything, then, well, thank you all very much for coming on.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
And of course, best of luck with all that.
Yeah, long time viewer, first time caller. So Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, well, good luck. Anyway, I'll be excited to see what you come up with tomorrow. That's finished.
Sounds good.
All right, well, thank
Sounds
you.
good.
Bye.
Look forward to it.
There we go. That was some quick update from the mod jam. Of course, we just had a couple of screenshots and that. This mod's obviously not really finished yet. They got until tomorrow, and then tomorrow they're going to be showing off that. But, so yeah, I'm excited to see all that, of course. Just 3 days. I mean, like I said, that would be stressful, but apparently for them, they enjoy it, which makes sense. but not for me. That would very much stress me out. But right now, it is time to do the giveaway. So the time to enter is now over. So we're going to be having 4 winners today. Let me just get this set up as well. Not that. What we need is that. Oh god, that is a very big wheel. So let me just quickly get this wheel set up. And what we're going to do is we're going to be doing the giveaway right now. So we have a couple of Crusader Kings 3 keys to give away. So let me just make this wheel smaller. And of course, extend it. That would make a lot of sense. You can see all the names now on there as well. So we'll extend it a bit so you can see everybody's names. But OBS, trying to use it like this, is not a great time. I'll be honest with you. Right, you know what that will do? We're going to have it just like that and we'll extend it. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, it is too late if you haven't joined. I did mention earlier there's some keys for the base game Crusader Kings 3. There is some for Legends of the Dead. There is 2 other DLCs as well. I can't remember which ones, to be completely honest with you. But it is random whatever ones you'll get. And there is 4 keys to give out today. There was 4 yesterday, and there will be 4 on Ottawa's stream and 4 on Zealy's stream tomorrow as well. And they were all given to us by Paradox. But let's go ahead and do the first spin. Hopefully the mods, they're keeping track, because I will forget. So, Killjorio, congratulations, you win the first key. We've got 3 more. Let's see. There we go. So, King Barungdob 543. Wait, so was that you, Duke? Duke, yeah, that was close, to be fair. So that is 2. We've got 2 more to give away. To get your thing, I think you need to message someone on Discord. I will actually double check and let you all know. Cerbers. That is another one. And of course, now 1 more to go. Yeah, I will double check how you actually get the keys. I think they'll message you on Discord, I think. There we go. Hum said he will message you. So check your message requests if you have one. Ashy-ish. I'm probably butchering these, but there we go. That is our 4th and final winner. And Heikara just come through with a $50 donation. So thank you very much for that. Taking us to $1,987. So we are now so close to our first goal of 2,000. I mean, hopefully we can hit that today. Yeah, congratulations to you 4. You 4 on screen right there. There you go. Sobbing. Yeah, rough. It is actually rigged. They're all just me. I input their names. And quickly, before we do move on to Rajas of Asia showing off their big update. I mean, there's actually nothing else to go on about, really, is there? I mean, we just mentioned the charity again. Remember, if you can donate, it would be massively appreciated as we fly towards our goal. There we go, someone in chat. Only $13. So we are so close. But, you know what? let's not waste any time. And we're going to get on with Rajas of Asia.
Rajas of Asia is a map expansion, and in the case of a few border regions, regional overhaul for Crusader Kings 3. As we head southeast to the jungles of Papua, northeast to the frigid island of Sakhalin, and east as far as Micronesia. If you've ever wondered, what is off the edge of the map, Rajas of Asia is seeking to answer that question, bringing it to life, or at least to the game. Following core tenets of historical authenticity and engaging gameplay, Rajas of Asia strives for highly accurate depictions of nearly the entire Old World in 867, 936, and 1066, bringing back the much-beloved Iron Century date from Crusader Kings 2, with all of Asia along for the ride. Be you wishing to brave the waves and religious turbulence of Nusantara, the court politics of the great Chinese dynasties, the unified Japan of the early medieval period, the vast and chaotic steppes of northern Asia, the rich and diverse realms of India, or the treacherous mountains of the Caucasus, Rajas of Asia is the mod for you. Our mod started as Rajas of Indochina, before ambitions of scope and dreams of expansion brought us to the rest of Asia as well. As such, our depth in Southeast Asia is second to none, with the rising Khmer Empire and the thalassocracies of Srivijaya and Champa, center of it all. Culture and religions are as numerous as the islands in Nusantara, and in the Middle Ages this diversity would only increase, as we have mechanics for the influx of Indian, Chinese, and Muslim influences in the region. On the mainland, the migration of the Thai people and the future of the Viet state are huge elements in all of our 3 start dates. And not to ignore the celestial dragon in the room, China's dynasties wax and wane as an ever-present superpower of Asia, be they Tang, Song, or the later 3 kingdoms. In our upcoming update, we are focusing on the Caucasus region, overhauling it completely with new faiths, cultures, political setup, events, formables, and decisions. Here's an overview from just one of our 3 start dates to convince you to come take a look. In 867, the Caucasus was reeling from the events of 855, where a major revolt of the Armenian princes had been ruthlessly crushed under the heel of the Abbasids, seeing most independent rulers captured and exiled to Samarra. With his father Sambat dying as a martyr of Christendom in exile, Ashot Bagratuni had taken up the mantle of Prince of Princes in his stead, posed to succeed where his father had failed, a feat he would historically complete in 885 upon his coronation as the King of Armenia, the first of that rank in over 400 years. Meanwhile, with his father Sal Sambatian left languishing in exile, the Tanrsa of Kachin had been one of the few to return, finding himself in possession over a tottering pile of mountainous territories at the eastern edge of the Armenian world. While not quite able to match the feats of his father Saul, his son Grigor Hammam stood ready for the task, a man who historically went on to found the Kingdom of Haredi and restore ancient Iran. Though history would have other plans, his children dividing it into numerous pieces, never to arise again. At the same time, yet further north, the Bagratunis of the Principality of Iberia had retaken vast territories from the emirs of Tiflis, standing as vigilant allies to their cousins in Armenia, yet in constant conflict, both with their Islamic enemies and their fellow Christians in the kingdoms of Abkhazia and Kakheti, kingdoms of Kartvelians founded by outsider Abkhazes and Sanars, themselves in perennial alliance and conflict with Tiflis. Yet further north still, the regional powers chafed under a different threat, sometimes arrayed against and sometimes under the auspices of the great Khazar Khagans, mired in conflict yet faced with numerous opportunities from the numerous smaller states, the Roman and Persian outposts, and their brethren on the other side of the Great Mountains. In the northwest, the Circassian state of Zychia is trying to consolidate its power and unify the quarreling Circassian tribes once and for all. Just to their east, the Alans are experiencing turbulent times, having lost their influence over the centuries. The Nakh peoples seem to be doing better in comparison, slowly unifying as their state takes on its new form. Further east in Dagestan, the Avar kings of Sarir, claiming descent from ancient Persian rulers, are pitted against mountainous societies, the Lesgian kings and the Persian governors of Derbent. Something all of these lands have in common besides mountains, however, is the entry of Abrahamic faith in their lands, be it Christianity or Islam. Kings and leaders who have embraced these religions seek to spread it to their neighbors. Will they prevail, or will paganism survive the centuries? A huge part of Asia is dominated by the deserts, steppe, and taiga in its northern regions, while only the eastern half, including Zhensu, the Tarim Basin, the Heshi Corridor, and all of the lands east of the Altais have been overhauled so far, and much remains in progress with planned decisions, formables, and struggles. This region is not left behind compared to others like China and Nusantara. All of the Mongolia region has been completely reworked, with extensively accurate cultural setups displaying great changes in the 3 centuries of start dates by the nomadic people who call it home, and Lake Baikal is finally in its correct position after Paradox decided to give it wheels. In 867, the many diverse peoples of the former Gyel-Uyghur Empire exist under the yoke of Kyrgyz invaders, but by 936, it is the Khitan Lao who subjugate the region all the way through to 1066. But they will soon fall to Jin usurpers, and should history follow its course, a new set of powers will dominate Mongolia's 12th century. Of course, Northern Asia is not all Mongols. There are the Yeniseians, Buryats, and Evenks, and even the bear-worshipping Nivk in the northern taiga, the feuding Jurchen tribes of Manchuria, the powerful state of Balkhae, where China, Manchuria, and Korea meet, and much, much more. Rajas of Asia does not stand alone, as several other great mods are not just compatible, but symbiotic in enriching the experience in Asia. The wonderful Regional Immersion and Cultural Enrichment, aka RICE, by CyberCon, is not just compatible with Rajas of Asia, but highly integrated if you use them together, with the development of regions from both carefully built around each other for the richest possible experience. Historical Invasions by Ramun is another such mod. Its wonderful invasions in the West and existing parts of the world map happen as ever, but with the historic invasions Rajas of Asia, one is able to experience the mass migrations of the Tai from southern China into Indochina, and the rise of the Liao, Jin, and Majapahit. Lastly, for now at least, is Alvain's Rajas of Asia meets Ibn Battuta's Legacy, a merger and expansion of both mods, giving the best of both worlds as well as planned additions deeper into the African continent.
There we go. So that was Rajas of Asia. What did you think about that one? Because yeah, before it started, I seen a lot of hype in the chat. Yeah, oh, you know what? Actually, something I do need to mention. We did pass the goal of $2,000. Thanks to, if I can go up far enough, we had JCTC, Skulljar, and Kamikazia donating, passing us over the goal of $2,000. Now, we have upped the goal to 3,000, which you might be thinking, what the hell? Which is, you know what, fair enough. But we have got 2 more streams till tomorrow. So we've upped the goal a little bit. Let's see if we can raise $3,000 for the Able Gamers Foundation. Asia big, yes. There you go. The link was just posted for Able Gamers. If you want to go to their website, check them out. could sink hours into this mod, definitely. You know, and I remember there's so many theories about like Crusader Kings 3 expanding the map, right? Because it's like torn on the right side, it's like ripped. I think it still is, to be honest. I'm not sure, but I remember it was. I actually haven't looked at the corner of the map, which is probably not a surprise. Yeah, also, if you did win the giveaway, your name was on screen, check your Discord friend request, because you may have been sent a friend request. I think some people have got them, other ones, yeah, haven't actually heard of. So if you have won it, please make sure you double check your friend request. Now, before we do move on, one last time I want to mention, hopefully someone can get the link, for you guys to vote on what you want the blind modding, the topic to be. Because yesterday in Kara's stream, we had you guys just submit a bunch of different ideas, and then we've like riddled them down to a couple of the best ones. And you guys need to vote on whatever you think was best. And then there's 5 modders who each have 2 hours, and they have to just make the entire mod, but only finding out the idea just before they start, and they can't speak to each other. So that is going to be tough for them. Well, I think we may have someone coming on from the Rajas of Asia mod to talk. So let me just see and make sure this is all working. And then after that, of course, we do have community mods for historicity. That word does throw me off. But yeah, we got, let me just get the Rajas of Asia video playing. And I'll put it on loop, so it can just be playing in the background. And we're going to call one of the devs now. Hello? You alright? Right, hopefully... Wait, no, they couldn't hear you then. Now they should be able to hear you.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, they should. Hopefully. I'll just double check and make sure they can hear you, because today has been nothing but trouble.
Yeah, I've been watching. it's been something.
Right, Harm says hi, we do. There we go. So they can hear you. So I just got your trailer just playing in the background. So yeah, just wondering if there's anything you want to talk about your mod in general, or share.
Well, I didn't expect an interview, so
that is fair.
But just generally, it's a real passion project. You know, we're so I joined the mod team because originally it was Rajas of Indochina, and then Nezaros, our lead developer, failed to make Vietnam good enough. And that's kind of how everyone joins. They just kind of get in, and they have areas of the world that they're passionate about, and that's kind of how the whole mod works. I mean, the Caucasus was made by people coming in saying like, "Hey, we've been doing our own thing with the Caucasus. We want to work in your mod, make it better."
Yeah.
You know, China's been the same. Korea, India. We've had big India overhauls.
So you just get like new people for each region.
My pet project. Yeah, exactly.
It makes a lot of sense to imagine like a small, like one person trying to do it all. They're just not gonna like know as much about each area, right?
Yeah, no. The sort of collaborative process is a huge deal. And it's always evolving.
Yeah, because I mean, if it was just me, I'm one of those people that I know like a decent amount about Europe and like, you know, but then once I get to a different area, so it wouldn't be like, you know, if I was making a mod on Europe and then I tried to expand into Asia, it would be terrible.
Well, at least you can learn a bit if you play our mod.
Exactly. I was on about that earlier with a different mod. That's why I like CK3 so much. You just learn history of different areas. So were you working on the latest update? Is that like your area or in general?
I don't know much about the Caucasus. I've been working on the steppe stuff. So in the previews shown is actually not even close to what's finished.
Yeah.
Recently I just implemented new areas around Lake Baikal and in the Heshi corridor, and I'm working on expanding out overhauls all the way to the Earls. Mostly because props to the Paradox teams, but it could be better. It could always be better.
I don't really know, so I can't really comment too much on it. You know,
and that's kind of our goal, is like take what's going and make it better.
I mean, yeah,
as well as expanding.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing I am interested in is like how obviously all these new areas that are just not in the game. Like, how long does it take to research? How do you like, you know, like that's something I can't. Does it just take ages?
It takes a lot of time. Yeah, it's a real process to find everything needed and completely develop new de jure empires, kingdoms, everything. Because you need cultures, and we use 3 start dates. We're planning on a 4th and maybe even 5th. We've got, you know, highly dynamic religions. Like China's just a patchwork of Confucianism, Taoism, native beliefs, a little bit of Christianity, Islam. It's a lot of research, but it's really fun.
Yeah, that's I can imagine, especially if you do a whole new start date, then you got to start from scratch. But that's fun.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that's probably stressful, but once it's done, it probably feels amazing because, you know, it's a popular mod.
Yeah, and you know, hopefully our showing here gets a couple more people to come take a look. Maybe even join us if they're interested.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Hopefully some of the mods have been put in your Discord. Yeah, they have been Discord and Steam link. So if you are interested, guys, maybe helping them out or just playing their mod, all the links are coming up in chat.
And when you do, make sure to use it with Rice and Viet, because we built in compatibility.
Yeah, they do the same with Fallen Eagle, right? Just so they all work together, which is amazing.
Yeah, just try not to mention Fallen Eagle in the Discord, because it's that dream of compatibility between our mods that's like another 10 years of work, but maybe one day.
That would actually be mad, to be fair. But yeah, Rice and Viet, they're both kind of like, you know what, maybe essential, to be honest. They had so much. But yeah, if there's anything else you want to share, I know this was kind of just out of nowhere, but if there's anything else you want to share or not.
I think your clock's looking like it's wanting to move on, so I'll let you get to all the rest of the awesome mods.
Oh, well, thank you so much for coming on. I know it was out of nowhere, but yeah, I do really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks. Well, yeah, thank you. Have a good rest of your night.
You as well.
Bye.
Bye.
There we go. So we just heard now from, we go back, Dev on the Rajas of Asia. Well, let me quickly go. We had 2 donations there, quickly. So Ian the Khajiit donated 5 USD. And we also had Julian Hernandez with 20 USD. So thank you both. And of course, yeah, thank you for Fiona for coming on for a quick little chat. It was kind of out of nowhere. Was not planned. So, you know, it was just out of nowhere. So yeah, thank you very much for that, because, you know, it's not easy to just come on and randomly start talking when you weren't expecting it. Like 10 minutes ago, they were probably just chilling. You know? Yeah. Thanks then to donations, we are now at, let me double check, $2,066. So, yeah, should definitely get to 3,000 USD by tomorrow, with Paradox's match as well. I mean, the dream would be if we can get to like 4K, and Paradox matching 6,200, we could raise 10,000 in one single ModCon, which would be insane. Can confirm, was chilling. Yeah, that makes sense. If I was in your position, I'd be like, nah, I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. But, of course, it's not over yet. If we now get, let me see. This is the right screenshot. Perfect. So this is like a more in-depth look at what's coming up today. We just had Rajas of Asia. Next up, we have the community mods for historicity, which is a curated list of a bunch of different mods, which I'm sure a lot of you have used. After that, we have Sons of the Lightening, an alt history overhaul exploring the varied cultures and religions that could exist in a world without the Roman Empire, which sounds amazing. Divided We Fall then from Victoria 3, reunify the broken America from the loss of the Revolutionary War. And then we have historical events expanded. Of course, you all probably know and use the expanded mod series. You know, some of the most popular mods on the workshop. So we've got a new update from them. And then we have God Heria, the Dying World after that. And they are going to come on for like a live Q&A. So, wait, someone said they have no sound. I hope that's one person, just please. Yeah, it is actually amazing, Charlie, that everyone just comes together and ready, right? Because CK3 has some absolutely fantastic modders. You know, they pretty much do it for free, and they make amazing mods for us all to use, talk about. We have sound, perfect. Okay, and then God Heria, they are coming on for a live Q&A, so if you have any questions, think about some questions now, and you can put them in the chat when they're on. And of course, we do have a video from them. Then after that, we're ending today with another video from after the end, which recently, if you are not aware, recently came to the Steam Workshop. So it's so much easier to download and use now. But yeah, that is what we have still left for today. So let me get back to the normal screen. God, using OBS. There we go. Perfect. And before we move on to the next mod, I know the chat on my screen looks kind of terrible. The colors, like the name and the text is the same color. But the thing I usually use doesn't work. So this is what we're stuck with today. But you know what? Today has been a whole host of problems. So a less colorful chat, I think, is fine. But next up, we do have community mods for historicity. So I say, let's jump into that.
Community Mods for Historicity is a collaborative mod project that seeks to bring a greater degree of historical authenticity to Crusader Kings 3 without compromising the fun gameplay that makes so many of us love the game. This project is made possible by all of the developers we collaborate with, who are willing to dedicate time and energy to ensuring compatibility with a multitude of other mods. CyberXCon, the developer behind regional immersion and cultural enrichment, has blessed us with a multitude of flavor packs in various regions such as Scandinavia, Sardinia, and Ethiopia. The modder Solo has recreated numerous coats of arms from the period, which provide a satisfying backdrop for your dynastic scheming. Askill, the modder behind More Lifestyles, has provided us with 2 fresh lifestyles that provide an entirely different approach to rulership. Many medieval courts operated in multiple languages, and Kaiser Harm's multilingual education allows us to experience this. We can ensure that our heirs speak the important languages of our region or realm. Holy Roman Triumph, created by Cabra Gebra, better represents the dynamic and complex politics of succession in the Holy Roman Empire. One of its features is coronations, available to all Catholic rulers. Medieval Arts by mod author Pigu allows us to explore the artistic traditions of the medieval period, as well as the relationship between the people of the time and the ruins of antiquity. El Tyrannos, famous for his work on the Community Flavor Pack, has created numerous wonderful assets in North Africa and beyond. Ibn Battuta's Legacy, a map mod created by Elving, strikes a careful balance, better depicting the boundaries of the period without getting lost in the weeds. The developers of the expanded mods do a fantastic job of bringing the cultures, ethnicities, and languages of the medieval period to life. Catholic Trinity, a spin-off from Kingdom of Heaven by Uber, provides us with a more involved experience of the political maneuverings in the Catholic Church. It brings investiture law, the College of Cardinals, and saints into the game. Stick's mostly mechanical mods round out our mod list well by implementing things like armies holding prisoners, uncertainty in the inheritance of traits, and more interesting succession. Holding all of this together are some compatibility patches, created primarily by Capra Gabra and Git, both of whom deserve great thanks for their contributions. We hope that you will play and enjoy all these mods and more using our collection, Community Mods for Historicity, which is available on the Steam Workshop today. Enjoy the rest of ModCon, and long may you reign.
There we go. So that was community mods for historicity. What did you think about that one? Of course, that is a Steam Workshop of a bunch of mods that work together just to improve the game. And it has some of the best mods in there. So there is links going up in the chat, of course. So if you want to check out the Workshop collection for yourself, make sure you check out some of those links. Now, the next thing, though, today is... Oh, and Leah1010 donated €10. So thank you very much for that. Does mean a lot as we are flying again now towards 3,000. You know, and we got 2 more events to go. So we are doing so well. It is one of your favorite collections. Yeah, definitely. It's like never too much, but it just has the perfect mods and works really well. You want to give in the chat again. If you do need to vote on the blind mod, and if you haven't already, please vote on that. But yeah, then we have now, next, we have Sons of Lightning, Divided We Fall, Historical Events Expanded. Then we have God Heria, The Dying World, a live Q&A from them, and After the End. And I think we will have somebody from Sons of the Lightning to come on to talk for us for 10 minutes as well. So if you're not aware though, Sons of the Lightning, it sounds absolutely incredible. It's not out yet, I don't think. Pretty sure it's not. But it's an alt history overhaul with a focus on the varied cultures and religions that could exist in a world without the Roman Empire. So yeah, a lot of people saying it's awesome. So yeah, a lot of you probably already know what it is. It sounds absolutely amazing. But I'm going to start the video now because then after it, hopefully, we'll have somebody to come on and talk to us a little bit about it. There we go. So that was Sons of the Lightning. And yeah, I gotta say, that music was actually sick, to be fair. What do you all think about that one? Hopefully in a minute as well, we will have someone from that mod team coming on to talk. But we'll see. Hopefully that is what's going on. Our baseline is amazing, yes. Yeah, 2 seconds. We should hopefully be having someone come on now. I will let you know. But if anyone knows that song name, I do actually want to know, to be fair. Yeah, we still got a couple of mods to go left today as well. Divided We Fall as well, coming up next. Just gonna have to wait and see if we are getting a quick talk with them. But yeah, right now, $2,076 now raised. So we are absolutely flying. And of course, that's not including the donation match. Because last year we raised $6,200, I believe. And then Paradox are matching that this year. And donating it for this year's ModCon. So that is absolutely amazing. So we've already raised more than we ever have in a ModCon before. And this is the 3rd year. And each year we have raised more. So, you know what? You know, think about it. In 10 more years, we'll be raising like $1 million, right? That's how it works. It's going to keep going up forever. I mean, it's just got to happen. Yeah, I don't know if they are going to be coming on or not. We could move on to the next video. And if they come on, we can always talk to them later, right? Because, yeah, it does look absolutely amazing. Alt History is some of my favorite. Giga Charity, yes. Yeah, Alt History is just, like, obviously history is amazing, but Alt History is so cool because you can just do so much with it, right? You just kind of think, you know what, that would actually be pretty cool, and you can just do it. And then you want to have somebody being like, well, that's wrong. So, you know, Alt History is pretty cool. Limitless. Can we get Paradox to donate $1 million? Yes, of course. We'll just have to beg them. We'll just have to, like, donate $1 million. If I remember, 3,100 would be on non. I'm not sure. Maybe someone else will know how that worked. Emily Dev, add you on Discord. Okay, nice. I got you. Okay, well, if you are ready, ring. 2 seconds. We're going to have Super coming on. And that is a dev from Sons of the Lightning. So they're going to talk. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get Sons of the Lightning back up. Going to mute it. And we're going to have it loop for a little time. There we go. Hello. I can't hear you. I don't know if you have spoke. Oh, there we go. Now I can hear you. Well, thank you for coming on. Yeah, everyone should hopefully be able to hear you as well. I can hear. Oh no, they're not going to have heard you yet. Now they'll hear you.
Can you hear me?
It was muted. Now they can.
Sorry, let's see if should be able to.
They should be able to hear you now. It was muted on my end. They'll say we can't hear you, but
Is
they
that
should
better?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Oh, sweet, brilliant.
You know what? A question I've seen already asked a lot.
Over. No worries, no worries.
So I guess people keep asking why is it called Sons of the Lightning, and if you have an answer or not, I don't know. Is there anything?
Hello everyone.
But yeah, there we go. Can you hear me? I think everyone.
Right. So how's it going?
Yeah, going well. How are you?
Oh, sorry. Gonna unmute the Discord.
Oh, maybe. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Sorry, that's good. I
Right.
had the sound on
That's
from
all
the live stream, and it was a bit delayed.
Oh, that makes
I
sense.
was like, where can I hear my about that? Yes, hello everyone. Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. It's very exciting. I guess first thing I was looking at the chat, and so I actually did the soundtrack myself, just based on some song idea I've had sitting around for a while.
Everyone seems
So
to
I'd have
love
a go. No, it's I feel like there's more feedback about the soundtrack than the content, but that's all good.
To be fair, yeah, there was a lot of talk. Yeah, is there anything you want to go over about the mod or anything like that? Just anything in general, really.
Yeah, of course. Sure. So with Sons of Lightning, the old history sort of thing of, what if Rome didn't fall? What if Carthage rises? I think you'll find. Yeah, I think you'll definitely find most games, most games have some mod out there with a similar topic. So it's definitely something that's been well tread. So when I embarked on this, I wanted to see, can we do something like that but with a twist? Can we do something a bit different with it? And for me, I've always been very interested in research and the history side of things.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, how can we maybe look at rather than just having a big Punic empire, be looking at how did other cultures sort of fare? What happens when you don't have all that Romanization happening?
Yeah.
Maybe you've got some Punic influences happening, but in some areas, actually, you've got different cultures interacting. And for me, I've always it's given me a lot of room for creativity, and I think it's been really awesome working with the community as well. We've had some we've come up with some really cool ideas, I think, as a community.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's excited to see it.
Yeah, and I think, we've been able to look at some cool hybrid cultures. Been able to look at, look at it and but also have a strong sort of historical backing for it. So, because I've always enjoyed research, and it's been interesting sort of doing things like looking at what might. An example is how might Punic names, for instance, sound when you combine them with the Visigoths?
Yeah.
So you get some quite interesting sort of almost elvish names showing up, and you can see if the geomap sort of how this guy cannot speak. Sorry, I'm on 4 hours of sleep.
Doing fine. It's fine. One thing I was gonna say is, it's good because with alt history you have so much freedom, but then you kind of also, with what you're doing, you're kind of following some sort of path, right? It's not just completely random, but it does give you a lot of freedom into what you want to do, I guess, a little bit as well, which I think is nice.
Yes, yeah. Sure. So, because that's the thing, in the past I've worked on historical projects, and those are really cool. Yeah. I think the difference with this is that there's definitely that freedom of, with a historical mod, I'd always be getting caught in this rabbit hole of trying to figure out what is the most historical pathway, what is the most plausible.
Yeah.
Whereas with this, we can go, what is cool?
Yeah.
What is going to be fun? And a lot of the time, actually, what is fun can still be plausible. I guess one thing is that we've still done looked at history a lot, but we've been looking at things like local traditions, things which might not get so much attention in a fully historical project, and instead of giving them some attention.
Yeah.
So for area I've been quite interested in is in the Darfur region in Sudan. There's some really interesting. There's this one tradition about this character from sort of Islamic law, but also connected with Alexander the Great.
Yeah.
Who's supposedly visited the area, and his sons were actually buried in these tumuli up this mountain. So what I was thinking is, why don't we have a character who's sort of gone through East Africa and he made some great conquests. And it's not Alexander the Great, but yeah, it gives us opportunities to connect things and come up with stories. And there's so much inspiration in sort of little historical anecdotes and local stories. And I guess one thing I should mention, because I saw one or two comments about that, is that I think people might be a bit sort of unsure why is there Christianity still? Why is there still Islam? And I think for us, the goal is to make a world that's familiar but new.
Yeah.
So we still want to, when you load into the game, still want it to be a really familiar experience. So it's like, yes, that's Christianity. Yes, like you're not having to learn pages and pages of lore just to be able to get a basic idea of what the world looks like.
Yeah, that makes
sense.
That
makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said earlier, I think you want about is like the best route to go is like the most fun thing that's still plausible, right? Like it's still like somewhat plausible,
exactly.
But it's just the most fun thing you can do is probably the best way to go. But I think no matter what you do, you will get people like, oh, why is that this?
Yeah, exactly. I think we
do. So it's just one of those things.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing, right? Not every project's going to be for everyone. I think with every alternate history, there's different approaches taken, and for us, it's been we get like getting really caught up in some of the details of the cultures and religions. I guess because that's something I'm super interested in. So spending a lot of time making name lists and trying to delve into linguistics a bit, even. But yeah, things like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to say, or is there anything else you want to?
Mention? I guess the one thing I'll say is we're so we're still working hard on things. I can't can't give a date for when the first release will be, but we're slowly getting to sort of where we want to be in terms of like territory we're covering. So the first release will cover Iberia, North Africa, Egypt, East Africa. So covering those regions, and then the nice thing is that we've been talking about other regions as well in the community. So I'd like to think that once the first release is out, the next parts of the map will be a lot faster to complete, and then hopefully we can get the full world going for the 867 bookmark, and then look at 1066, see how the world's changed for that, and then maybe even look at other bookmarks as well.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds amazing. It's definitely a mod I can't wait to try, and I think it's just one of those mods that everyone will see and be like, "Oh, what's that? Let's try that." Just because it's got an amazing name, and it's just an interesting scenario.
I think the name was the first thing I came up with before I even worked on anything.
Is it based on anything, or do you think that sounds cool? Is it like?
There's definitely the rule of cool there. I guess the lightning is reference to Hannibal, sort of family. The nickname, the surname Barker.
Yeah.
Is Punic for lightning. So I think at the time when I came up with that, I was sort of envisioning Hannibal and his line having a greater role, but I think a lot of things have sort of quite organically sort of changed and developed since then. So I think you could look at lightning as change, something a sudden thing, and I think that sort of fits with the idea of old history as well. Getting into an English teacher analysis there.
Yeah, but for sure. I mean, it sounds absolutely amazing, to be fair. So it's definitely a mod I can't wait to try anyway.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, this thing. I hope people enjoy it. It's been a lot of fun working on it. And it's been a lot of fun engaging with the community. There's some really awesome people who have been around basically since day one, and yeah, and I'd love to hear what the ideas that people have. Because the Discord, it's quite an open sort of environment, I'd like to think, where people throw in ideas, and I think we've cooked some quite neat stuff. So like, one of the latest things is that we've been talking about is because we've been talking about Rome as well, what happens there, and we've been thinking about having Mithraism still, but it's taken a slightly different form. So yeah, it'll be interesting to sort of see where those things go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hopefully some people will start posting the Discord link in the chat anyway, guys. So if you're interested in this mod, make sure you join the Discord as well.
Join the community. Say hi. Come say hi. We'd love to hear what people think and feedback and whatnot.
There you go. Yeah, but people just posted it. But yeah, I mean, if that's everything,
awesome.
Thank you very much for coming on. I do appreciate it.
That's all good. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing this and doing this project and sharing about all the other great projects that are coming up. Yeah, really grateful.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, yeah. Thank you very much for coming on. Anyway, I do appreciate it. But yeah, bye.
All right, and I hope the rest of the day goes well.
Thank you. Anyway, yeah, have a good night. Thank you. Right, there we go. So that was Super from Sons of the Lightening. Yeah, it just sounds amazing, right? Let me actually jump back off that. Yeah, he did amazing. Talking about all the stuff to do with his mod. Remember, the Discord was mentioned. He said join the community. Got some ideas. I want to talk about it. Make sure you join that Discord. Yeah, that was fantastic. So anyway, because we were a little bit behind, and we were a little bit ahead of schedule. Now we're behind, which is perfect. That is amazing for me. That is actually the best thing. But now, you know what? Let's go straight on. Yeah, I want to say before we even go on to that, just a massive thank you to all the modders and the community coming together for this to raise money for charity, show off the upcoming mods or updates to their mods. I think one of the best things about the CK3 community, I felt it when I just first started YouTube. It was the Tales of Island team. They were so nice to me. Right? The modding community in this game, they're all just so kind to each other. Everyone helps each other. It's actually amazing. As you can see, One Proud Bavarian started ModCon. It's still going on 2 years later. So you know what? ModCon, raise money for charity, bring the community together for 3 days a year. Absolutely amazing. So yeah, thank you to all of them, of course. But now, let's move on to Divided We Fall, which is another Victoria 3 mod. And it's about reunifying the broken America from their loss of the Revolutionary War, or to take advantage of this unfamiliar world.
To the proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose rough stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
There we go. So, that was Divided We Fall. What did you think about that? Of course, that was Victoria 3. I haven't played that game for a little while. I got about 80 to 100 hours in it, and I haven't played it for some time. But we've had 2 mods today for Victoria 3, and they both look amazing. So maybe I'm going to have to jump back in some Victoria 3. What do you think? Eagle, let's go. Yeah. It's actually out. Yeah, so I mean, like, all these mods have started coming out and being out and coming out, and I've just missed them. You know, it usually takes a while when a new game like that comes out. It takes some time for like the total version mods start coming out, but it looks like they're already out now and they're getting there now. So, I love me some mods, right? So maybe I'm gonna have to go over and try and see what they're like. Yeah, that was Divided Fall. Before we got into the next video, which is Historical Event Expanded, which is very exciting, I'm going to keep mentioning it. If you are able to, you know, of course, don't leave yourself short, but if you have some spare money and you're able to donate to charity, please help ModCon, help the able gamers. So far, we've raised $2,076, of course, with the Paradox match as well. Just over $8,000, or $8,000 in total, really. Yeah, if you have the ability to, it is always massively appreciated. It's going to go straight to a good cause. Yeah, Cyberx Car mods. The mods are alright, you know, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Lordar just put the link in chat. If you want to check them out for yourself, they help people come together with like disabilities and stuff, help them be able to game. They've worked with big companies like Twitch, Humble Bundle, I believe Microsoft. Yeah, they helped make the Xbox adaptive controller as well. And if you are like disabled yourself or you need help, you can go on there and you can actually get help from them. You can like fill out a form and stuff. Yeah, as Uber said, help expand the amount of people worldwide who can play video games and donate to able gamers. Yeah, if you have the ability to, it is massively appreciated. Of course, though, you know, if you can't, you can't. That's fine. You being here, sharing, watching helps just as much to get the word out. But you know what? It is time to jump into Historical Events Expanded. Of course, I'm sure you all know the Expanded series. Ethnicities and Portraits Expanded, right? One of the biggest mods for CK3. You've got like Cultures Expanded and stuff like that. An absolutely amazing mod list. And today we're going to find out about Historical Events Expanded.
How far is a man willing to push himself in the pursuit of a woman? What extremes has history witnessed for the sake of a vow? There was a time when my ambition was whispered as folly, my oath to win a kingdom for a woman's favor, a mere jest. Yet, look upon these lands, from fjord to mountain peak, united under a single crown. My hair, once uncut in promise, now lies silvered by time's relentless march. This kingdom, forged from disparate tribes, stands as testament not just to a vow made in a moment, but to the unbreakable will to transform vision into reality. In the end, it was not just a kingdom I won, but a legacy carved into the world's heart, known to all, and hopefully into history itself.
Amidst the splintered legacy of Charlemagne, I stand crowned as the guardian of a realm at the crossroads. Regardless of the actual opinions of my brother or my uncles, I have been left with the duty of being emperor. As I face the forefront of the Saracen invaders, the very same Saracens who raided the city of Rome 20 years prior. The papacy that resides in that same city picks and pries at the workings of my realm. Pope Nicholas, fervent in his maneuvers, particularly in Romagna, not only thwarts my designs to unify the empire, but also stirs distant waters, inciting the Eastern Emperor, sending messengers to my door, further complicating the political landscape. The Pope, the Lombards, the Saracens, all shall kneel before my throne, and if my family dares to stand against me, they too will yield. Each decree I issue, each territory restored, each boundary I fortify, is a brick in the fortress of our civilization. And with that, the furthering of Christianity itself.
In the shadow of Tsar Simeon, I have proudly served and seen our nation reach unprecedented heights. Under his command, our forces have pushed from the shores of the Black Sea to the formidable walls of Constantinople, each march solidifying his unwavering vision for a Bulgaria renowned not just for military might, but for a cultural flourishing that rivals those of Byzantium. Across the rugged terrains of Thrace and into the quietude of our burgeoning centers of learning, every triumph, every institution established adds depth to the grand tapestry of our empire. As a soldier, my role extends beyond the battlefield. I am a custodian of this vision, battling not only for territory, but for enduring enlightenment that Tsar Simeon is determined to secure for posterity. His governance molds our future, expanding our realm and embedding a deep sense of honor and purpose in those of us who rally behind his standard. Together, we are the builders of this golden age, forging our narrative through each confrontation and every act of devotion. In Simeon's Bulgaria, we see not merely the reflection of historical victories, but the dawn of a rebirth, strong, wise, and ever vigilant.
There we go. That was Historical Event Expanded. What did you think about that? Of course, the Expanded series, some of the most incredible mods you can get for CK3. And also some of the most popular. And that one, you know, it's got a major focus on 867. So, I am super excited about that one. You know you can trust them because of the quality of the other mods, right? I gotta mention though, $20 from Chase. Thank you very much. Taking us now up to $2,096, which is incredible. Thank you very much for that. We are flying, and we should definitely now by tomorrow hit $3,000, which is incredible. Yeah, I'm gonna keep saying incredible. It's the word in my head right now. Yeah, what do you think? Let's go, Bulgarian Empire fans. Yes, let's go. But you know what? We actually still have a God Heria live Q&A to get on with today as well. So we have a lot still to do. We got 3 more things. We got the God Heria video, a live Q&A, and of course, after the end, as you can see on screen right now, still got a lot to get on with. So I say, let's not waste any time. We are going to start the God Heria trailer. There we go. So that was God Heria. What did you think of that? I mean, that was the most viewers we've had all day. But if you are here just for that mod, do not go anywhere, because we got some of the actual modders, developers coming on now to actually talk. They're going to do a live Q&A. So don't go anywhere if you're here for that mod, of course. I mean, while we got so many people here as well, I mean, of course, you know, if you're able to, donate to charity. Let's see if we can reach $2,500 today. That would be incredible. But yeah, we're going to be getting them on in just 2 seconds. And they're going to be on for a little while. But what I'm doing... I'm setting something up quickly on screen. So hopefully you can see who is talking. Hopefully this works. But the way everything else has gone today, I won't count on it. Okay, you can see their names. So let me just make that nice and big. And it should hopefully be updating with who's in their chat. And it should show who's talking. If everything goes well, we will see. But... yeah, we're going to jump in there with them now anyway, and they're going to do a little bit of a live Q&A for you guys. So any questions you want to ask them, ask in the chat. So I'm just going to jump in now. Hello. Right, hopefully you're ready.
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Right. Before I leave you guys to it anyway, I just want to make sure they can hear you, because today has been the day of audio issues.
No worries.
All right.
So,
Just let us know what to do. Also, we have the Q&A link that you can share if you'd like.
okay, nice. Yeah, do you want to send that to me or put it in that chat
Yeah.
or something, and I can...
Sent.
Right, what I need to do is I need to... 2 seconds. I just want to get your video playing as well. Right, this should...
Ah, fuck, I forgot to mute the ModCon chat. That was hell for a second.
Right, let me just add this on screen, and then, yeah, we're all ready.
Hi, chat, by the way. Lolinitis. Hello. We'll do introductions in a second, I assume, but...
yeah, just making sure it's all working with your video and your name's on screen. There we go, because I think
Of
it
course.
seems to be working. Right, there we go.
I think it might be under the
everybody
video, but yeah.
can hear you. Everybody's ready to go. So, yeah, I guess I'll let you guys introduce yourselves, and I'll leave you to it for now.
Is it working? Because I'm looking at the screen, just making sure before we start. But there seems to be a bit of a technical issue. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. I'm sorry.
I think
We're
it's
good.
just a mad
Yeah, so we'll just go from top to bottom, I guess. I'll start with me, though, because I'm the best. I am Lonely Knightess, formerly known as Lonely Knight, formerly known as the Pink Panzer, the woman of many names. I am here. I'm the lead developer of God Heria Forever, former lead developer of TNO, and I've done nothing since besides these 2 mods that have consumed all of my time. Next up, we have Aiden.
Hi all, I'm Aiden, one of the developers of God Heria. I primarily am one of the major testers who play through the game and make sure that everything's working right.
Hap.
Hi, I'm Hap Chazard, and I was the previous scripting lead, but I'm still a senior developer.
Yep, Hap was fired. He stepped down. Mac Monica, who isn't on the team but is joining us.
Hello, I'm the lead of After the End. I'm just sitting in here as a guest. Howdy, all.
And then we have Max.
Howdy, howdy. I'm a coder and artist on the God Heria development team. Joined mainly for Coat of Arms stuff, but ended up doing a bunch of others.
And then we have Snap, and then that one guy.
Hi, I'm Tog. I'm the current lead scripter. I've been on the project for a few years now. I've really only worked on this for Crusader Kings, though.
And that's everybody here for the Q&A. So, Snap, I'm good to start off, right? You don't have any.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll leave you guys to it. You guys know what you're doing. You did last year, so I'll just let you go on with it. Don't worry about me.
All right, love you, Snap. Thank you.
about 40 minutes, isn't it? Ish. A bit longer.
Whenever, just come in and tell us to shut the hell up whenever you
Alright,
want.
we'll go just after 1:30 then, because we are starting a bit late. So we'll come about a little bit after 1:30 if that's good for you.
All right, sounds good.
Perfect. Thank you.
Alrighty, so hi everybody. Again, this time I'll actually be reading the chat now. Good to see all of you. Thank you all for watching our showcase. I hope you enjoyed all of that. We've been doing a ton of stuff. The showcase video was, I am freely going to admit, we rushed the hell out of that showcase video. It was very last minute. We were doing stuff for this upcoming patch and for ModCon up until the last minute. I won't talk too much about it because we only have so much time, but yeah, we got the mod compatible with the last patch, like, I don't know, like 2 months ago now. Like within like a week or two of it coming out pretty much. But we were already partway through a ton of new work for the commissions I've been doing for God Heria. Plus we had the map, and we ended up doing the map rework. Plus we had all the ModCon stuff coming up. So we decided to roll it up into one super patch. I can't say for sure the patch will be when the patch is coming out, but I can't say that everything we've shown off will be in it. But I will say that it's very likely we'll have the Patreon patrons testing our patch probably, hopefully within a week or two this month. So stay tuned for that, and that'll hopefully have Lonely Knight and Dahangan in as well. And and before we start just generally talking about the showcase and the Q&A, I'll also say that in the next week, every day we're going to be showing a different teaser. Some of the stuff from the showcase in more detail, some other stuff we didn't show off, including more video of our first End the World path that we're adding in the next patch with the Redlanders, where you can fucking eat the sun. So that's fun. The world does go to darkness and freeze over, so it's very neat. We'll show off that probably today or tomorrow. But yeah, so I hope all the showcase stuff was interesting. Go into the Q&A that's been linked. And we announced it in the server. It's been linked in chat. And ask us anything. We'll be talking about that over the next hour. And until then, does anyone have anything else they want to say about the showcase and so on? This is anybody can talk.
I hear there's a really cool mod after this one that's going to be presented.
All right. Any other comments about our showcase?
I can talk a bit about the escutcheon stuff. Which
yeah, let's just all go. How about we all go one by one and just drop like one of random feature that our favorite thing that's getting added or that's interesting or something, and we can just go through that. And Max, you can start with you and your COA stuff.
Yeah. So hey, I'm Max. Max EC. I joined this team about 6 months ago as coat of arms guy, and one of the things that I ended up really wanting to do when I first joined the team was to bring back escutcheons from CK2, where, you know, the shields are different shapes, varied across cultures and religions and whatnot. And so really had my mind set on it. And going to be honest, totally new to CK3 modding when I joined the team. I just thought I'd be doing coat of arms stuff, and then I ended up meeting a lot of great people here who helped me sort of understand coding behind it, tips on how to use GIMP for artwork, and you can see a bit of it in the showcase, and can probably show a lot more in the upcoming teasers over the next week. But a return of, you know, unique shield frames across the world, and I think we have 10 or so in the build right now, but going to be working on adding more, and as we develop more frames and whatnot, going to be adding new you know, COA templates to go along with those to randomly generate.
So I guess I can talk about my favorite thing next, or...
Sorry, I just did it. We said before we all had to switch to push to talk so that nobody accidentally talked, and I kept saying, everybody, make sure you don't forget you're doing push to talk, or else you'll talk and then forget. And I just became the first one. So, Aiden, feel free for your favorite thing next.
So I joined the mod back when we were first implementing all the cool new magic stuff, where we had new magic schools and such. So my favorite new thing of what we're implementing is the new grimoires, the knowledge entries that we were kind of showing off the trailer. So they kind of work. There's books that can hold a specific spell, so that you can learn a spell by finding the book if you know the language and such. And then we're also planning on putting more high-powered spells in more esoteric pieces of books with knowledge entries, where you learn more about the history of the world and learn more powerful spells or get certain traits or aspects, kind of thing.
Grimoires are very much cool stuff indeed. Hap made them, so I guess you stole his. Hap, what else you got?
Yeah, he did, but it's not a problem. Besides that, well, it's mainly been that I've been getting into map modding, and it's been immensely enjoyable. If you've seen some of the Saradon flyovers, I've been mainly responsible for most of that. And yeah, as I've been going through this map painting, another thing I've been doing in parallel is trying to actually come up with some more granular county level lore and toponyms for various places in Saradon. So I hope that besides also looking nicer in the next patch, various parts of Saradon will have a lot more, how should I say, localized lore on the ground, for example, since we also have this new system where it's a very minor thing, but we have this system where if a certain title has some lore associated with it, you can hover over and get a tooltip to get some flavor on it. And so hopefully in the next patch you'll be able to see, like, this place used to be some ancient kingdom, this place was blah, blah,
Yeah, and
blah.
our intention with that is that sooner than later, every single individual province and barony will have like some little blurb about lore for it. Which is we're getting there. We've only just started doing this, but I think it's going to be done soon. But I think that'll be very neat. How about Max? Or no, we did Max. Tog, how about you? What's your favorite thing?
Yeah, so I'd say probably the work that I was doing on various plagues. I mean, you can see some of them in the video, the curse and the miasma. Miasma specifically coming from a new disease called Shade Stricken, which comes about from shades breaking out in the Redlands. And with the miasma, it's more of the rulers both inside and outside of the Redlands trying to prevent it from spreading further. So you can kind of see in the video how it's moving really slowly at the start. And then kind of breaks out from there. Another one that I'm trying to do a little bit more for when I have the time is breakouts of pellagra. In the game, it'll be called Aranoian leprosy, but it's just a disease that specifically comes from vitamin B, or not really a disease, but a deficiency of vitamin B from poorly prepared corn. Which will be a factor at play in the Adversarian lands in Eastern Aranoy.
I'm glad that of the diseases we're adding, you could have talked about the one that turns you into gold. You could have talked about the one where your soul gets devoured by a monster from the hell world, but instead you chose the corn disease.
Yeah, of course.
Naturally, the best part about God Heria lore is the dumb minutia. And I guess that leaves me. So my favorite thing we've been doing for this patch we've been doing so much, God. So I guess the map painting, because we have a lot of map reworks coming. I redrew all the isles, as everybody saw, because I hated those. But we do have a ton of map work we're doing, and I'm hoping to finally get a full, like, every area has some sort of painting done for it very soon, because obviously we've let it languish for quite a while, where there's areas that have just clearly been slapped on for like years, or like lakes that are just broken. But we're making it a big push to finally get all of that cleared out into a baseline, because I want to do a lot more with the big county and province reduction that we've talked a bit about. I guess that's my favorite, actually. We've reduced, we have like half as many baronies, less than half as many counties, all this stuff. We grinded through everything. Mind you, that's not the source of all their performance problems, but it does make it a lot more enjoyable to click around the map and play it, and it makes things feel a lot more like every county feels a lot more impactful and big and important. I think it's been coming out really well, and with that, we want to do like a full sweep of the map and get all the terrain done to a certain level so that we can do more like specific regional reworks and redrawings and stuff. And we'll talk about that a bit more for the questions and answers, which we should be getting to, actually. Mac, if you have any comments about our showcase, by the way, if anything there stood out to you before we get into the proper Q&A, feel free. I'm not sure if you actually watched the showcase, but
I've been watching. I will say it's God Heria is quite the unique CK free setting where you can drop destroy the sun casually and just go over it.
yeah, it's our first. We always from the beginning of God Heria, the plan was always because the God Heria was written to be a mod first and everything else second. We don't care. The lore can change, the map can change, the world can change, the whatever. I originally didn't even want to do any short stories or books in the setting because I always wanted to just be purely focused on being as good a mod as possible. Everything else is secondary. And part of that was like, what would be super cool in CK3 if you can just dynamically cause the world to end, save the world from ending, and then change your character and just keep doing that if you want to. So I'm really happy that we finally got in at the last minute, courtesy of Haphchazard. The Redlanders can now cause the world to end. The sun will go out. Just to give a brief description of what happens, if you do this insane ritual, if you get all the steps done, the sun goes out. Gradually, the world dies. Everything slowly, the sun turns red, bleeding out, and then it turns the darkness, like it's the Princes of Darkness map almost, thanks to Terra Pass's shader magic. And then the world slowly there's shade outbreaks start happening everywhere, and then everything starts freezing over, and then fire and light magi can actually try to hold like pockets of land as the last like living remnants of humanity in like a few places around like natural defenses and stuff, and those will slowly blink out. But if hypothetically you can play as the Redlanders, do all this, or let the AI do it, if you enable that game rule, but do all of that. And then you could switch to one of these last holdouts, and you could go on a whole quest if you want to try to find the way to undo the damage, or at least like prevent further damage, or wipe out the Redlanders or whatever. So you can, as we add on more and more of these paths, because it's just the first one, you'll be able to, end the world a dozen ways in one playthrough. Whenever you get bored of your big empire, just reset civilization and play it from the beginning. So I'm really excited to see how interesting that'll be. So yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Mac. That's a good excuse to talk about that. And we have over 38 questions now, so we should probably start grinding through some of those.
Yeah,
and Mac, you privately messaged me asking me if you should be doing anything. You could just sit there all pretty, and if there's some dead air, feel free to chime in, or just tell us what you think sounds cool, or some after the end aphorisms in your folksy little mod you have. I don't know. I'm sorry. But we'll get to the Q&A. So I'll just read them out, and anybody who wants to answer them can just take them. So the first one, we'll just get this one out of the way. Could Ace Grace's dad beat Senware's dad in a fight? Ace Grace's dad was like a super magi, right? So like probably.
I'm gonna go with yes. I'm gonna go with a hard yes. Yeah. Probably low diff.
Senware's dad died in the fog, right?
Yeah, he was a coward. He died in the fog like a little baby. Well, 90% of the rest of the normies. So like, Ace Grace's dad didn't die in the fog. He got killed by Ace Grace. So like, he for all we know, he could have been immune. Oh, someone said update when. We said it before, but Patreon update probably this week or next. And then after that, we'll see. Next question. Will there be an overhaul for the Agionist? If yes, when?
Well, it's funny we have that question, considering we were talking about it earlier, but we had originally filmed a Agionist mechanic for for Saints for the last year's ModCon.
We got to cut it last minute because we didn't have the audio finished.
Right, but we still have it, and it is on the way soon, but no like definitive date for it really.
We literally need like 3 or 4 things. It's just that there's always been something else we needed to do for the last year that always keeps putting it off. But I am very hopeful that very soon. Karen I lore when. I am planning on some map reworks. The My Prolon, that whole map needs a complete redraw like the islands got in a lot of ways. That's why that area has been languishing. So I will say there's a ton of reworks and stuff planned and written for them and other underground groups in gameplay. When we actually do that, it's sometime between now and next ModCon. We'll see. It's one of those things where like it wouldn't take too long and we're rearing to go, but there's always 1,000 other things that we need to jump on too. Any plans to celebrate 10,000 Discord members? We talked about this before the chat, but now there is. We didn't realize how close we were. We're like 300 away until now. But thank you for letting us know about that. We'll see when we hit 10,000. Everyone should be in our Discord so that they can see whatever dumb thing we have prepared to show off then. Hey, kings and queens, for the new 1298 start date, any exciting info about the ritualists, Sword of the Angels Rebellion that you can share? And we agreed beforehand we can probably leak out a bit of 1298 lore because we're probably going to be showing off the first screenshots of the 1298 map in the series of teasers we'll be showing off on the upcoming week. So we can probably share a bit of that if anyone wants to jump in.
I know, Hap, did you do anything for the Swords of Angels, or is it all Mayor primarily?
It was Mayor primarily, yeah.
Our absent writer. Well, so I will say it is coming. It's going to be shown off very soon, the 1298 Sword of the Angels. It is going to be, unlike 1254, a big, threatening ritualist realm, spreading ritualism everywhere you can play as. There's going to be a lot of magic stuff. It ties in very deeply with a lot of the lore. And what else to say about it, really? It's going to be the center point of, like, 1298 lore in Ceridon starting off. Like, it's ties into everything, sort of. And
well, you could say who it is.
Can we say who? Wait, what?
Yeah, we can say who it is. The Sword of Angels. Oh, no,
that's one of the three things we wrote we probably shouldn't talk about for the Sword of the Angels.
Whoops, ignore me.
As a compensation, we can mention that one big realm in Ceridon that exists in 1254 no longer will exist in unified form because of this rebellion in 1298.
It's Harta's Realm. I'll just say it. It's Harta's Realm. Harta's Realm. Okay. I'll just give a bit of a Harta in lore wins. He basically beats the Agionists, and then afterwards his sons break up and start doing their thing. You know, do classical killing one another stuff. But they're still actively also fighting the few remaining Agionist holdouts, like in a few cities and castles along the coast and such. So there's still a few of them around, but for the most part, that's the starting scenario. And in the midst of that, there's been some stuff. A very important city was nuked out of existence in unclear circumstances, and the Sword of the Angels is rising up from the deserts. So that's the starting situation, 1298. More to be revealed very soon, because the next major patch, well, after this patch, I guess now, but the next big major patch we're planning is going to include the 1298 bookmark, which is very soon. We're getting pretty deep into it. So, next question. Does anyone else want to add on to that? Is that
somebody asked about any good primers on lore. You have a good little
we do have a good primer on lore.
But there's also Soul Tomatoes, an excellent YouTuber if you prefer it in YouTube format. Just a shout out to him.
Indeed,
anyway, I'll let you get on with it.
Yeah, if you want to go check out Soul Tomatoes' channel, I think he's watching right now, so if he is, he can actually link him. But if not, yep, there you go. Soul Tomato made a great video about it, and we also have the lore primer. God Heria primer to the Dying World. Let me just Google it real quick so I can link. And here we go. And as always, we have our huge... Oh, there they have it. God damn it. Thanks, Snap. So yeah, we have the lore primer, so you can feel free to read that if you want to learn more about the lore. The next question, will the world get more redrawings as it has with the Isles update, as that physically changed the world quite a lot, or will it be expanding the current map to other areas? The map will be expanding to new areas, as you saw in the showcase. Dahan Gan and Lonely Light are coming soon. And then from there, we'd probably hit like Kath and Kai next. But so that's coming, but we also, I do have a ton of stuff planned for the map changes and map redrawings in places, you know, bigger and smaller. The map was originally made for a CK2 mod that was going to then be an Imperator mod, and then it got shoved into God Heria last minute when God Heria first became a thing and I needed a map. And then it's expanded and changed, and the scales have changed. So the map as it's drawn is a bit of a holdover. I do have a lot of things I want to change about it. What exactly that'll pan out as and how long that'll take and what we'll see. But I will say that nothing's set in stone, and the map itself in lore, as you see it in the game, isn't actually necessarily the lore map. It's like all things in God Heria, it's all relative. That's just sort of how people see the world themselves, but who knows what everything really looks like. And you know, in lore, of course, it's always changing and shattering and so on. Now, okay, I was rushing to get this one, the big one. Is God Heria a hopeful setting? Does anyone want to run through that one? We have a lot more questions than I thought, so we can't spend too long on that. But
yeah, I'd say it is. Yeah, it always gets kind of wrapped up in the dark fantasy genre just because of all of the doom and gloom that's going on. But we on the team like to imagine it as a hopeful setting. Or I think the term that Lonely has used a few times is like noble dark, right?
I hate all those descriptors. That's other
right,
people
yeah,
use.
but
I agree. That's closer than grimdark.
It's it's more about trying to find ways to showcase the better parts of humanity in the doom and gloom rather than just miring in it and woe is me.
Yeah, a big part of the lore has always been like God is literally dead, the world is literally ending, but you can say both of those things about our world too. And like to a medieval peasant farmer, if those things are true and happening, a greater concern is still just, well, I hope my harvest comes in. Shame God's dead, but like I need to eat. So
right.
And like that's always been the thing in God Heria that I think is the basis of the lore, where like all this crazy crap is always happening on the map. And you got to remember, you're playing as a ruler, so your scope is always way bigger than the average person's is. But when you get down to the actual, if you read about like what people in Eris actually live like and what they do and what they say, you'll find more and more that despite all the crazy stuff, it's actually a lot more similar than you might otherwise imagine. Anyone else have anything they want to drop in on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the reason why we moved away. If for people that were around since the very beginning, I remember before the release of the mod, sort of the allure assumption was that the fog would just continue expanding and it would devour the world in about 100 years. And over time we moved away from that, primarily because, yeah, it made the world feel, how should I say, too hopeless and didn't really give the amount of player agency we want here. Because
Mind you, it's always been ambiguous. It was always ambiguous.
It was
not
ambiguous.
Necessarily a big change.
Yeah, hence why I said it wasn't necessarily a lore change, more, yeah. But yeah, a big thing with the universe is that it has immense potential to get worse and worse, and yeah, this is also part of the reason why we added this new End the World path with Redlanders. But there's also the factor that there's the ability to avert this or improve things in the context of a world that's bad. So Samware is a good example of this, and I'm sure as we go historically into earlier bookmarks, there were probably instances where the world could have easily gotten messed up a lot more than it actually did, but someone averted it. And yeah, one of the key drivers for why the God Heria world isn't necessarily completely grim dark, and I know that Lolinaris hates that term, is also because it wouldn't really be good. It wouldn't really be good in terms of player agency and actually making a very fun mod. So yeah.
Yeah, and the idea is that like I said earlier, we want you to be able to end the world, hence the world's always ending. But we equally want you to be able to play a hero and save the world, and let the AI try ending the world, so you can like run in and save the day and try to get to the bottom of these plots. So it's a story generator. We always say the lore in canon ends the second you hit play. After that, whatever happens in your game is just as legitimate as whatever we say happens in lore. It's all equal. So if in your game you want, or it happens that the world ends and everybody dies and it's horrible, that's fine. But if you want to have a game where, the fog stops, you save the world, everything's happy and cheery and everyone's nice and, whatever, then, that's equally valid. We wanted to just give you the ability to do whatever you want, really, within the gameplay. Mac, you had something to say?
Yeah, I had a question. It's a hypothetical. Speaking of this, if you were to do something like a EU4, EU5 period, do you think that would be possible for God Heria setting?
So we're 1298's our hard cutoff. We're not writing anything for the lore after that. That's because the whole point of 1298 it's hopeful unknown beginning. Like the world has changed, the empire is gone, it's a whole new era. Magic is changing, everything is changing. But it's for better and for worse. The empire is finally gone. Everybody can finally be free of it and evolve in new ways. Whether the future is going to be a hopeful or a cynical one is entirely up to you. It's a whole new era. It's a new beginning. But just because the lore ends there doesn't mean we want content to end there. So we still want to add, like, I don't know, a few centuries of technology so you can actually develop to like early gunpowder and like a renaissance if you continue that long. We want to have like different paths to hypothetically pop up and like different events that can pop up as time goes on like that. I think we really just want to get to the point where you can have Marcher Knights leading gun lines against fucking Fog Eater and Lich invasions. I think that's just sort of the peak of the lore.
That's what I wanted to ask, so thank you.
Yeah, no worries. All right. Next question is going to be Kreja had content when? I don't think, can any of us answer that? I don't think.
Well, there's no new Krejad content per se in the next patch, but there are new dynamic coat of arms, courtesy of one of the new coat of arms artists on the team, Cairo, who some of you might know from his work on Lord of the Rings coat of arms. So those some really looking forward to you guys seeing them, and probably think about some content later down the line.
And we also do have some pirate content, I think, planned, or at least reworks planned, so that'll probably hit them pretty big. And I just thought, I'm sorry for the last question. I don't mean to segue back. I just wanted to say for the future tech stuff, I will say I've talked a few times about in 1298 the anti-Magi Knights. As we all know, and you God Heria fans know, in 1298 some of them are starting to increasingly resemble, in a lot of ways, Van Helsing and stuff. And as tech goes forward and they presumably get pistols and stuff, I imagine that's going to get a lot closer. So I just wanted to drop that one. Tog, you were saying?
Oh, I was just going to add that there's also the new archipelagic terrain for the Isles to help kind of differentiate them more from the mainland, and that Krejad will be kind of getting wrapped up in that as well, with a lot of the smaller islands around it becoming more archipelagic, and the new like marine commander traits to go along with that.
Yep, that as well. All right. Let's see. Next. Oh yeah, and then with them in 1298 being like the last one of the last actual adversarian holdouts, especially the last like kingdom level holdout. Legons, I'm not sure if that was in the showcase, but there's now the court titles for Legons, so you can actually assign the military commander stuff as an adversarian character. And in 1298, I guess they'll probably be like the last realm that has access to them. So there's that. And the next one, any plans for new life extension spells? I can just answer that real quick. The Redlanders, most of them are several centuries old at start, and if they appease their dark gods and their evil missions with randomly missions, they'll give you like abduct and sacrifice 20 children, kill 5 kings, destroy turn 12 counties into wasteland of at least like 100 development cumulative or whatever, whatever these questions are. If you keep them happy, as you slowly embrace the void and give up your inner soul, you can hypothetically live forever as them. So that's a new path. And just like with End the World and Save the World paths, there'll be hypothetically unlimited of those as we go. We always like adding more of that stuff, just rare and less rare, just to add variety. So any release date for the new update? As we said, Patreon hopefully this week or next. Will there be, or I shouldn't say this week, I don't even know what date it is. Saturday? Next week or the week after maybe? Will there be any new spells or stuff on the magic in this update? I think that should be self-explanatory.
I think there's like 3 new schools of magic, like purely schools, and at least a dozen or so spells, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, there's there's the Partic, the Redlander, and
the
Akershani.
Yeah. There's School of Light in the Crater.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we'll be continuing every patch. I'm imagining we're just going to be continually adding spells. I'm not sure how many patches we've even had since Rituals came out where we haven't added some. So there's always just going to be more getting added continuously forever. We planned in the future, the whole system was designed around having dynamic spells, unlimited dynamic spells, and all the code for that is still set up so that we can do that. So whenever that feature is finished, we'll have it so that like you can go on an adventure and you can find pre-made like scripted spells, but you can also find just unlimited random effects and stuff and spells, and eventually we'll have Morrowind style spell creation and stuff, which will be super fun. my dream is for the day where I can just have like my developer console command to give myself like 1,000 random spells and just start casting all of them to see what they do, and have stuff where it's like every bald character in this geographic region turns into a dragon or whatever, like dynamic effects they have. It'll be fun. Somebody in chat also mentioned that the Cartharati Imperium found a huge cache of modern near future technology from some lost civilization, and I like that lore, so I just figured I'd say indeed, the God Heria world, Eris, and linking back to that grimdark discussion we had a minute ago, has had uncountable amounts of civilization resetting apocalypses happen between the actual God War and the modern day. And that means that the timeline is potentially anywhere from thousands to millions of years between then. Numerous times civilizations have gone up and then gone back to the Stone Age after doing something or having some disaster. And indeed, in Catradia, there's a few mentions of there being ancient moss-covered like tanks and mechs and diesel stuff and factory cities. So presumably civilization has at various points gotten well past where it is now and gone back to it for the that discussion. It's always a thing I like, and you'll see a lot more of that in 1298, I imagine. And as we update the map. And next question: are the Dark Gods aware of the Redlanders' communication with them, or could any random person be blessed by their presence through chance? As I seem to remember, only one god was able to be perceived in lore. I'll just answer that real quick. What exactly they're worshipping isn't entirely clear. That's going to be a lore mystery to figure out. Whenever a character in lore calls something a god, it should be noted that Eris is filled with humans are really bottom of the pecking order in a lot of ways. You know, there's an unlimited weird divine stuff and figures and powerful entities that any human would probably go, oh, that's a god. Like that can be described as nothing but a divine being. But, you know, in the lore, we know that actually Ersinon is the only god on Eris. So whatever these things are, who knows? And if something is coming from outside of that, that's a very huge thing. So maybe it is. That's a lore mystery. Also, we have 10 minutes left, I believe. So next question I'll jump to is, why did you decide to remove the magic bar and return the resource magic?
Oh, that's so you're actually, I'm pretty sure you're playing in debug when that happens, because in debug mode you can see the exact resource count of your magic, but the magic bar is always going to stay in the bottom left. Yeah, and there are plans. I do have plans for a I've wanted to add for a while a realm magic system, sort of like a currency like prestige and piety and stuff that you can get and spend on like special buildings or through sacrificing to do stuff, so that like if you're ruling the adversary empire, all of the empire could be contributing to your magic pool, so you can cast the biggest rituals like SRBM at super levels and stuff to represent, you know, having a whole realm of magic behind your beck and call. So when that comes, that'll be up there in the GUI, and that'll come with more considerations for how things are shown. Remember, God Heria is not in 1.0. We consider ourselves always going to be in alpha until the day we're done. So the interface isn't locked in stone. We'll see as we go. If you feel like that's an issue or anything, feel free to put it on the GitHub as like a complaint, and we'll log it and keep it in mind when we do reworks. Who wins in a fight? Ace Craze, Garassos, Senware, or Clement? Clement, the 7-year-old boy, by the way, when all these people are adults. I'm gonna go with if it's just, I don't know, that's a toughie.
Ace Craze. How much preparation does Ace Craze know they're coming?
Can Clement do like a Home Alone style thing here? Like Ace Craze comes in to blast his ass with like a nuclear spell, but then like slips on a bunch of marbles?
He can. I feel like that would be more effective against Gorassos, just kind of running in headlong.
I don't want to see what Gorassos would do to Macaulay Culkin, though. Can only hope Macaulay wins. Clement wins. I'm going to say Clement sweep.
Yeah.
Main character syndrome, you know? The more of an underdog you are, the more likely you are to survive.
It's a Clement extreme diff.
It's the Jeb meme, but with like a 7-year-old boy. Does the artificial shape of the Forgotten Isle have anything to do with the eye being Ersidon's last creation? Someone asked. A lot of lore. I will say that the shape of the Forgotten Isle, it wasn't done for that in time. It's something I want to get in. I will say, and I'll just say it. I plan on. You'll see in the future around the Forgotten Isle, there will be the ruins poking out of the ocean of what may have once been some sort of giant stone dome around the entire island that some past long dead civilization many apocalypses ago presumably made to try to contain the eye within it. So that's part of the shape, is that there's going to be a lot of gargantuan like concrete ruins poking out of all those islands and stuff. Being real cool to see the project grow from its early days to now. Had a question for Lonely Nightess. Oh god, I'm talking so much. I'm sorry. Where did idea inspiration for the mod originally come from? You can read the lore primer. It talks about that a lot in the opening. I don't want to. We only have so much time, so I don't think I need to go too much deeper into that. I will say everywhere. We could draw inspirations from everywhere. For me, it was originally, like Dragon Age, listening to Hail Lung and Iovor and stuff, however you pronounce their names, and all in fantasy in general. But over time, we pull in from different historical eras and places and different, the modern day and the ancient past. We don't just go to like medieval stuff and different universes and sci-fi. We like to pull from everywhere. We want Eris and God Heria's world to feel very alien and different from our world. And as part of that, we like to draw ideas and inspiration from literally anywhere we can pull it. Okay, here's one that everyone can easily answer. What is your favorite faction in the God Heria setting? Cartharati Imperium next. Anyone?
Well, you kind of stole mine, but no, I'd say
Easy
probably right. Probably the Vidval Keatra academic magi schools and their glorious quest to uncover the secrets of the universe while simultaneously blowing everything up along the way.
Yeah, constantly ending the planet by accident.
I personally love the upcoming flavor for the Volcanics coming in the next patch. There's a lot to look forward to there.
Aiden?
For me, it shifts literally every month. I'm pretty sure that at this point, 75% of the map has been my favorite faction at some point. So, yeah.
I think for mine, my favorite are between the Ahadrid, the smaller creator people, and the Firegate worshippers, and then just any magic people with magic schools.
Mac Monica, what's your favorite? Is it going to be like the Chevalians or the Presidency?
Well,
maybe the Rust Cultists.
I wasn't aware they're in the mod. Americanist Invasion, clearly, but the Chevalier are actually my favorite.
Coming to you next April Fool's now.
Yeah, we can work on that. I just like the being able to play as the high medieval guys and the setting filled with weird stuff. Of course, the life paths are interesting in themselves, especially as a non-deistic religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after the end's all about that shit, huh? You guys eat that stuff up. I've seen your California lore. That stuff goes hard.
There's gonna be some new stuff coming too.
Well, it's our panel, so we won't talk about that because you're stealing my spotlight. But I'm excited.
Well, I'll let you get back to it.
I'm just joking, but you will be seeing more after the end very soon, I believe. So.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah, no worries. I wish we could actually talk about it. We have like 20 more questions. I'm trying to speed through. 40 more. Oh God, we're not going to get to all of them. We have to start being a bit more selective. CyberCon, our favorite other modder. Different mod teams have different ways of organizing themselves. God Heria, from what I heard, has a very structured system of organization. What are the pros and cons of that, as opposed to a more laissez-faire system of organizing the mod team? That's what CyberCon sounds like. So that's what he said.
Honestly, I'd say we're very or I guess it's probably changed, or it has.
Unorganized would be indeed a way to maybe describe it.
We're very loosely organized these days, I would say, and in a way, I kind of prefer that over a more structured post, at least for our project.
Loosely organized for a very long time, several years at least, and it does work better.
No, I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, I generally think that people in the community have a bit of a skewed idea of how structured and organized, and to be honest, sometimes people think we have an authoritarian dev structure, but it's really not true in the slightest.
I am the golden lead developer S. None can doubt me. It is a misconception. It comes from when I first started the mod. We carried over from the New Order. That had a very stringent and organized hierarchy, and like because it had hundreds of team members at all times. Like for most of the mod's development, we had like over 200 people or something working on it in some form. So it was sort of necessary to be more organized. Maybe not as necessary, not as organized as it was, but that was the idea. When we went over to God Heria, it didn't pan out that way. The team has always been pretty small relatively and very close knit, and we like to just like let everybody just do what they want and come together to work on bigger things together and follow our passions. So things are actually very, very chill. The mod team has always been organized almost more as like a cooperative and as like a friend group than it has as like a stringent hierarchy. Next up, so join, by the way, especially if you 3D model and that sounds interesting to you, please join. We desperately need artists especially, but anyone feel free to apply. Next question, why are Apokiakis or whatever the fuck, the true successors of Adversaria, and Nikki is the main character? I don't think that last one was a question. Yes. What start date are most excited to add eventually? Everybody can say theirs if they want. Just make it quick. I would say for me, probably the Hapjazz. Did you say yours? The Cartharati Wars. That's my favorite. That's going to be woke as hell.
Actually, mine was going to be the end of the Cartharati Wars because we discussed that a whole theme after that was going to be it's less about big, large-scale wars, politicking over huge amounts of land, and more of a focus on adventuring, etc. So I'm very excited for that.
Mm-hmm. Anywhere where the Empire is one thing is going to be pretty cool because that's going to be very different vibes than like the traditional CK3 stuff. Aiden, Aiden, Max.
I can take one. I'd love like a War in Heaven or like we have Otaked's like conquests in the time frame of start dates, right? Yeah, I'd love to see Otaked in a bookmark.
Yeah, it's going to be based. Aiden?
My favorite is going to be either the Fall of Kemsar or the Rise of the Lichdoms.
Both good ones. I think that's like basically contemporary too, I think. Like 17 so that's going to be one good bookmark for you. Tug?
I was going to say most likely either the Agionist rebellions in the 1080s or possibly the 1220s and the Black Gold League and Chevrolet. I just think that both would be very dynamic situations on the map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can you tell us some of the lore for Lonely Light? They're very lonely. Coming soon. We'll probably talk a lot about that soon because it's coming very soon to an update. They're recolonizing the Lichdoms in 1254 at start. They're trying to because all the Liches got SRBM'd and it's probably not going to end well. Will there be more men-at-arms? Love your work. Oh God, that question. Hundreds. A while ago, I was working through a massive men-at-arms overhaul that ended up getting super sidetracked and got left half finished, and that's why there's like a broken adventurers, men-at-arms and stuff in the mod right now before this patch. But it's coming very soon.
Behavior.
Yeah, it's coming very soon though. The Men-at-Arms overhaul with like hundreds of new types, all these new things, unique ones. There'll be regional Men-at-Arms. So like if you have a monster outbreak or like wyverns in your province, you can build a menagerie in that province and recruit wyvern units. And then if you upgrade it, like wyvern riders, stuff like that's going to be everywhere. Recruit bandits. There'll be like a scoundrel unit type and a enforcer unit type that counters them for like city guards and stuff. It's going to be very neat. But we'll get into that more. It's going to use we've already implemented the Game of Thrones ambush system. Bless you, Game of Thrones, that does like monster attacks and stuff on the map and like fog lands attacks. And that'll be eventually expanded to like every province with bandits can possibly have that. Every province with like a monster outbreak. So you'll see these MMA dynamically popping up and possibly being recruited or found in events and stuff as we go, or summoned in rituals.
I have one more comment. Whenever you try that thing that we showed off where I was sieging down the Lichdoms, while you're sieging down the Lich, even though they won't send directly troops at you, you periodically attacked by a bunch of undead just randomly from the land, so bring a lot of troops.
Yep, that will be a feature coming up.
Right, well,
here's one from Kaka.
Oh, go on, finish that bit. So you finish that.
All right, last question. Then. Okay, can I just find a good last question then?
Of course.
Sorry, Kaka. Eat the sun mean? What does eat the sun mean? Blah, blah, blah. God, there's so many. Does anyone see a great last question that pokes up to them? Feel free. I don't want to keep Snap too long.
For how is Chevrolet doing in 1298? I'll say that by the time 1298 starts, there will be two main polities at play really in Chevrolet, with a very large emphasis on trying to really establish Chevrolet the Empire as a long-term polity rather than something that just exists when marchers need it.
And I will actually reveal a 1298 plot point. That might be big news for some people. Just like how Adversary is the villain of all of history, and the Dutch are villains of our history in real life, I will say 1298 is setting it up so that potentially, if things continue as they are, and if you go down that route, if you play as them, or otherwise let the AI go off, Chevrolet is setting up to be in 1298 the big villain for a lot of people. One of the big villains of 1298. Basically, whatever region you're in, significant chance there will be Chevalians showing up to ruin your day because they're going full. They can potentially go full Empire as time progresses from 1298, like British Empire style. So that's a thing. I also wish the Q&A could keep going on Aiden Buford, but sadly, Snap Strategy is rudely interrupting us, ruining our day. It's just awful.
You know, something I was going to say. Do you guys have your own YouTube channel?
We do need to still make it an official one.
We have an official channel that we've used like one time years ago.
I think I found one. God Heria, the Dying World official channel.
Yeah,
that sounds like what would be our official channel.
Yeah, to be fair. I was going to say, yeah, because people are obviously interested. You have so many questions, and you know you're all good at talking and that. Could be something interesting to try maybe one day.
I used to stream full time like 2-3 years ago, and at one point I said the next God Heria map stream is coming soon. Can't wait to show off more stuff whenever we have time, and that was 2 or 3 years ago, and I've never canceled that. So like we've been meeting to forever. It's just whenever development takes so much time though.
Oh yeah, I can understand, especially with all the lore and stuff. So yeah, I found that primer. That's why I got in the chat. I don't know where I found it.
We can actually. I'm sorry. We can actually link. Max has been doing on his channel. He'll be releasing the next video soon, I believe. He's been doing audiobooks of the God Heria short stories that have been written so far. So there is that.
If you want to send me the
link, link that.
I'll put it in the chat. Cause if you do, I might delete it.
Yeah, I can do that. I think the next video, I can probably get it out start of next month. It's been really delayed. I've had a lot of other stuff going on. But after that, the Aura 6 I and the Conqueror short story should be coming out. Like probably, it won't take another 5 months. It'll be like a month. That story is way shorter. But yeah, here, I'll give you the links now.
Is it God Heria Readings? And there's a video 3 months ago.
Yes.
Right, I got it.
Yes.
Right, I'll put that in the chat.
And I will say, you've given me the idea, and I see people asking more Q&A in God Heria Discord. So whichever devs in here want to continue answering questions and stuff in general chats in our Discord, I'm sure that's something we'll be doing for the next few hours. And otherwise, if everyone here is down, I wouldn't mind doing some sort of like, do a Discord channel where only we can talk and everybody can join in, and we can just go through the rest of these questions and maybe answer some new ones whenever, sometime soon. I think we said that we'd do that last year, but actually this time I'm hoping we might actually do it. So we'll have that soon. Join our Discord, please. God, please join our Discord.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
All right.
Well, yeah, thank you all. Anyway, I best move on to after the end. Yeah, it's been amazing having you all on.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. I love you all.
Thank you all.
Long live ModCon.
Thank you all.
Yeah, well, thank you all.
Thank you for having us again.
XOXO.
Right, there we go. So that was the God Heria video, and of course, the live Q&A. They did one last year as well. I said the same thing. You know, they're all modders, but they're all like fantastic on the mic speaking. Half of them are better than me. Do you know what I mean? But we were a bit late, but that's fine. I said I'd give them a little bit longer because they had so many questions, and we started them late anyway. Of course, next up, the final video of today is after the end. But before we get into that, one more thing I want to shout out. You know what it is. The charity. We have raised $2,411. I mean, if we can get to $2,500 by today, that would be absolutely fantastic. Of course, if you can't donate, that's fine. But you've got to spare $5, $10, $1, whatever it is. If you want to donate it, do it. It is much appreciated. I'll put the link in chat as well to their website. It is also in the description. So if you're interested in donating, of course, it's going to a really good cause, helping people with disabilities and stuff. Game, they've helped make like the Xbox adaptive controller with Microsoft and stuff like that. So it's a really good charity. And we all love gaming here, right? So it's nice to have, we can donate to that and help people do what we love. But you know what? You've all been waiting long enough today. We've been going for a long time. It is time to start After the End, which of course I should mention recently come to the Steam Workshop, if you weren't aware, because of course it wasn't before. Anonymous, $20, thank you so much. That takes us to 2,431. Very, very appreciated. But yeah, they recently went on Steam. So it is so simple to download now. Obviously, just click install on Steam and it's there. So, you know what? I'm going to stop waffling on. Let's get on with After the End.
The year is 2666. It has been over 600 years since the event destroyed the old world. Everything beyond its name, its catalyst, or its nature have been lost to history. Yet from those ashes of the past, humanity survived to form a new world. After the End is a post-apocalyptic sandbox, one where humanity has, aside from a few select groups, long given up on restoring the old world, with empires, faiths, and cultures rising from the void to create something entirely new. In South America, the Empire of Brazil is a diverse realm of cultures and faiths, yet sits in a delicate balance between these various interests. In the west, along the Andean spine, ancient realms have been reborn, as the Tawantinsuyu Empire reigns from Cusco, and desperately fights the growing fires of rebellion therein. Further north, the followers of Patria Grande struggle for control of old Gran Colombia, while in the south, a cornucopia of cultures and faiths battle over land and sea. In the beautiful Caribbean, Portia, Queen of the West Indies, seeks dominance over the region, while nearby, Alineados and Cristeros struggle over control of the former Mexican Empire, as dozens more fight to eliminate them and claim the title for themselves. In the former United States, the Emperor of the Holy Colombian Commonwealth claims ownership of Old America and feuds endlessly with the Americanists of D.C., both claiming religious dominance over the former nation's lands and faithful. Out west, the eternal living guru of California has secured his position as head of numerous faiths, though many fiercely resist his rule and scheme for their own. But this tableau of decadent stories and struggles is but a snapshot, for along every lake, river, stream, former country or county line are conflicts and compromises, faiths and cultures clashing to ensure their survival as the 27th century rages on. In every corner, a secret can be found, and in every house, there is glory to be had. This, at its core, is After the End, castles built alongside ancient ruins and misinterpretations made law, or faith. After the End is a shared project, created by dozens of developers and artists from the Americas and beyond, trying to answer one simple question. What would the Middle Ages look like in the New World, and perhaps more importantly, what concepts, institutions, and worldviews of our time would endure the centuries and rise to the surface to dominate it?
There we go. So that, of course, was after the end. Of course, amazing mod, now on Steam Workshop. If you haven't already, make sure you try it. And I gotta mention, we had a bunch of donations there. Anonymous, $20. Anonymous, $5. Anonymous, $40. Anonymous, 25 PLN. Anonymous, £20. And that has taken us today to over 2,500. Another $20. Thank you so much. Honestly, everybody's been so generous today. Today started off a bit shaky with all the audio issues, but we got it worked out in the end. And this is what I love about ModCon. The whole community just comes together, show off all the old mods, raise some money for charity. This year, of course, the Able Gamers. So yeah, ModCon is absolutely fantastic. This is not that anonymous guy is loaded, I know, isn't he? Yeah, it's been 4.5 hours today. Yeah, the community for CK3 is absolutely amazing. All the modders coming together to bring you this. And of course, I have to mention before we end, I'm sure there's more, but Uber and Kaiser Harm have both done an amazing job organizing like everything. One also thing I gotta mention as well. Hopefully one of the mods will post a link. We have the blind modding contest. So you guys need to jump in. Do I still have it open? God, I don't have it open. Ignore that on screen. But there's a mod, there's a link. There we go. It's just been put in the chat. You guys need to vote on your favorite idea. And we have 5 modders, which I found out Harm is one of them. And they have 2 hours each to make a mod based on the idea you guys vote. So then tomorrow, I believe on Zeely's stream, or Ottawa's, one or the other, they're going to show off this mod. So literally 5 mods, 2 hours each. They don't know anything. They don't know the theme until they start. They can't speak to each other. So that is going to be hell of a challenge. So best of luck to them, of course. But yeah, thank you everybody for showing up today, chatting, liking, donating, everything. It has been amazing. But, I mean, we're done for today. So remember tomorrow, before I end, we have Zeely. ModCon day 3.1, because tomorrow is split into 2 parts. So you got Zeely first. I believe a lot of his mods are Victoria 3. And I believe, I'm not sure what time it starts off the top of my head. One of the mods will put in chat, hopefully, if they're still here. Probably the same time. No, it's a bit earlier than this one. I think about 3 hours earlier. But then after Zeely's part, for some reason this is cropped. That's not ideal. But we also have Ottawa Welshman as well, coming through with things like a Game of Thrones, the Voices of the Court, Pioneers, the Arena, Shogunate, Orwell Empires, and Crusader Wars. And Crusader Wars is fantastic. Oh, it starts at the same time. And then Ottawa is at 21 Central Eastern Standard Time. So there we go. That's what you can expect tomorrow. But yeah, I'm going to end it there now before I could ramble for hours, to be honest with you. So yeah, thank you all for showing up. And hopefully, we'll see you all again.